Happy Monday and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, we got a good one for you today. We have a good one. Last weekend, Friday, we ended up with showing the corrupted party. Happens to be the fake Democratic Party. And no matter how much they tell us that we are cheating, that we are lying, that we are the party of hate, that we are the people that are just promoting hate, that make America great again. They say we are the bad people. Well, when somebody needs to get disciplined, it doesn't matter what they think because we love them. We have to discipline. If we didn't love them, we wouldn't care. We wouldn't care. If we had no love, we wouldn't care what the hell happens to this country. But fortunately for the world, we do care. And we want this country, but not only this country, I also want other countries. I want the world to be a better place for everybody else. And what a better place to start than in the United States of America. For some reason, people on the left, they just don't have common sense. They just don't have common sense. But I'm going to go ahead and start. First of all, I need to get my, I need to share myself. Give me a second. I got to share myself so that I can monitor the chat. That way I can see who's in here, who is with me, who's supportive, and who is being. Go ahead and start. A pain on the neck. There we go. I got it. Let's see. What do we got today? Who's on? Who's on? Man, you know what? I'm liking this black and gold, baby. Black and yellow, huh? Oh, anyway, my favorite color, just so you know, and this is why I love my high school. I only went to community college, which was useless, by the way. But hey, listen, if you go to community college, it's okay. It's okay. If there's something in there that you want, go get it. I say, go get it. No worries. I apologize. It was useless for me. Okay, so high school diploma is where I will go ahead and use my highlights because in high school I had to work so hard without support. From junior year, senior year, I had to support myself 100%, which is kind of crazy because when I graduated high school, my family was there. We did have a dinner. I don't hate my family. It's just, I try to avoid conflicts and, bada bing, bada boom, this happened and that's that. But the matter of the fact is that I had to do it by myself. And I am so proud of it because I had to work very hard to get a high school diploma. For most, probably no big deal. Although I will say, it is hard work. I understand the dedication has to be there. You gotta have working ethics. You gotta be able to apply yourself to even graduate high school. This is why I tell my children, listen, just do the best that you can. I'm not expecting you to be an A student. You don't have to be valedictorian, but what I don't want you to be is lazy. You gotta go get yours. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be ready for the future. In high school, I know it's not what it used to be, but it's still a necessity. You still need a high school diploma in order to get into any type of work. Now, if you learn a trade, which is something that I'm trying to live my children, there's other things. You guys, you guys that I talk to on the phone sometimes, you guys know what I'm about. You guys know what I'm about. But there's a lot of people out there that don't know. They think that this is the Dennis Herrera Show is just this. It's not just this. There is a lot, many more things that are to come, but it has to be due in due time. Now, with that being said, I will say this generation, I'm not going to say that they're a generation of slackers, but they're slackers. I know what you're thinking. That's what they told us in the 90s. I got you. I get it. They said the same things about us in the 90s. Generation X. Generation of slackers, Millennial, I just, listen, we got to call it A's and A's and a spade, okay? That's just the way that that's just the way it works. We have to keep it real. With that being said, let me do a couple extra, a couple of few tweaks that I have to do on my channel. This media crew that I have, these guys suck. They don't have anything prepared. They have no notes. They have no script. Man, I got to do everything. What is wrong with these people? I go by they, them. It's just me, myself, and I. Just me, myself, and I. All right, let me switch the chat to non-moderation. We'll see if we get people to come in here today. You got to behave. Freedom of speech, but you still got to behave. That doesn't mean that you're going to come in here and disrespect me or anybody in the chat. Now, if you hear me calling, let me see. Let me give you a little disclaimer, all right? A little something so that you don't get yourself in trouble. I tell people this all the time. Listen, I am not calling you by name unless you want to be called by name. So whenever I say dumb, idiot, ignorant, retarded, blah, 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 don't say anything because I'm not calling you that unless you identify as a moron. Then go ahead and get upset and get offended. I'll give you a little tip that I have learned in life. When somebody insults you, now listen, now be careful now. Here's the thing. This is my channel. I welcome everybody, but it's still my channel. So don't be a jerk to me. Trust me, you want me to be your friend. You don't want me to be a jerk to you, okay? With that being said, when you come in here, you be respectful. You get respect back. Now, you can disagree with me, but you don't get to come in here and start insulting me directly. One thing that people don't realize is that I do see a lot of comments. Now, that's when I'm being generous. Technically, I shouldn't even look at your comments. And if you want to say something, you should be putting a super chat on the channel. That's how it works. That is the hustle. Now, if you're not entertained and you want to go watch some boring-ass leftist people that just hate themselves and they just don't have anything good to say about life, then go on then. Move along. This is not the channel for you. Well, with that being said, let me go ahead and say hello to my peoples. Robert Maga. Man, always bitching and complaining about on time. What about time? You know, go back to your elder nap, sir. Hey, good morning, Big Rob. How are you, man? I hope you're doing good, brother. Love you. My man. What's going on, baby? Love to have my rednecks on the chat. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, listen, every migrant needs a redneck friend. Every migrant needs a redneck friend. And, of course, some black friends as well. Otherwise, hey, we're just never going to fit in this country. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get a little serious here. Let's get a little serious. Ender, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Unc Andy. Unc Andy wants me to put that cowboy hat on, it looks like. Let's see. Robert said Dennis always works hard when the better half leaves him alone. Man, you know what I'm saying? Robert, you get it, bro. You get it. Don Mitch, thank you for those kind words. You are a shining armor too, my friend. Listen, we are a coin of the same, as they say. You know, you guys lift me up. I hope I lift you up. And if I bring you down, I apologize. I'm only human. I am not your Savior, Lord Jesus Christ. I am just a sinner, just like everybody else. And I will even go beyond. I am a sinner, and I am actually a servant of you guys. Okay? I am your servant, and I love doing that because that's what we're called to do. Now, with that said, hey, Jason Beatrice, dropping the fives. Good morning, brother. Good morning. Man, you guys, you know what? You guys that are members, you guys know this. I know I appreciate the super chats. You know, I need it. Obviously, I need it. That's the only way that I can continue to do this, right? Now, you know what? God will provide. God always provides. But just I'm on the real. Just by being a member, whether listen, there is no more benefit if you are at the highest level of the membership or at the lowest level of the membership. That's just monetary. Those are just donations. I mean, I appreciate it. Listen, I'm not gonna see you any better or any lower. It doesn't matter what level you are at. You know what I'm saying? It's not an obligation. I appreciate it. If you're able, whatever God puts in your heart, as we always say, go ahead and do it, but don't overdo it. Don't stretch yourself. Listen, I go on some channels sometimes. I can't drop a super chat sometimes. I just can't. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do with what I got. And there is a lot of money that I have to spend. I know this is just because I need to do it for myself. Okay, this is just for me. So I want you to know that I will love you the same, no matter what kind of support you give me. But I will say this: of course, I'm going to appreciate you even more because I know that you're putting a sacrifice financially or economically in your life. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. JM says, do you have a bottle of champagne ready for when it happens? Just, hey, there's a few things that can happen, my friend. Believe me, there is a list of things that I am going to be popping. Hold on. I don't know. It's some sort of cognac bottle that I have here for the last 10 years. I don't know if it goes bad. I mean, I don't know if it's like wine. The older it is, the better. Is there an expiration? I don't know about alcohol. I just know that I can drink it. I'm just not promoting alcoholism here. Let's see. Magic Man, good to see you. Good morning. Happy Monday. Albania is not for sale. Who gives it? What the hell is Albania? Is that a thing? Is that some sort of lamb chops dish? Nobody gives a damn about Albania. Let's see. Steph says you are extremely annoying, dude. Steph, you know what's funny? If I am extremely annoying, why do you torture yourself, my friend? Just, I don't know why people like to be tortured. Maybe that's why they vote for Democrats. Man, happy Monday. These days they're just coming in, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just the flow of truth. That or this coffee is mighty good today. I don't know. Maybe it's just the black and gold. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's why I like Trump. Because I like gold, baby. I like the yellow. Just not the yellow teeth. I got to work on those. But you know what I'm saying. Black and gold, baby. Black and gold. Maria Casares, let's keep praying for Californians. We need prayers. God will always win. Yes, ma'am. Don Mitch says, I got Don Julio, who I respect socially, on really bad days. But Dennis, I respect every day. Appreciate you, Don. Man, you make me blush this morning. That's a good way to start a Monday. I tell you that right now. I'm happy for that. I appreciate it. Let's see. We got all these people here, like 5 people, I think. We got like 5 people on the chat. Let's see. All right. So Maria Cáceres, I guess she just knows what the hell I'm going to talk about today, because that is exactly how we're going to start on Monday. Friday, we talked about the truth about the corrupted party, the Democrats. Well, everybody, if you've been here for long enough already, you know what I mean by the corrupted Democratic Party. Not the real Democrat people, because you citizens out there, you Americans that are Democrats, that are the real Democrats, I love. Well, I love everybody, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I want you on my side. I want all Democrats, all Republicans. I want all American citizens to be on my side. And that is the truth of the matter. I love America. You know that? And when I mean America, I don't mean the continent. I mean the United States of America. Many people have some issues with this, with this Honduran migrant that's become an American citizen, with saying that I love America, meaning the United States of America. I don't see what the problem is, because Mexico is also America, but people don't call it Mexico. You know what I'm saying? They don't call it America. They call it Mexico. Why? Because these are the United States of Mexico, and I live on the United States of America. Now, legit quote to keep in mind, not a quote, but remember this. The United States of America, here's the truth. The United States of America has become a country of many nations, like literally many nations. I think every state in this country can be a country. They really can. I mean, let's talk about it, right? Honduras is about 17 million people, I think. That's somewhere in there. About 17 million. Listen, we got that here in Washington. Just saying. Just saying. You got California. California would be a very, supposedly, it will be a very, man, the fifth largest country economically in the world. Maybe. Maybe. If they were independent, they will have no support from the rest of us, and they will be screwed. And then everybody will be raping their state. And nobody will give a shit about it because that's what they would choose. But my point stands. This country is a nation of many countries, so to speak. Not just because of the ethnicities, not just because of all the migrants, but technically because every state could be an independent country. With that being said, when we say that we want Alberta as the 51st state, don't get offended. You know what I'm saying? Alberta can be its own country. It's just Canadians are so dumb that they're allowing their corrupted government to keep them as one country, bending the knee to some foreign king. But just, I don't like that. And that's why I support President Trump. But with that being said, I want to get back to the point of what I'm going to say about Mexico. Texas, Arizona, etc., etc. You guys already know the story. Used to be Mexico. Well, technically, it belonged to Spaniards. We got this. We got it, okay? But then after the Spaniards, the Mexicans became independent, and they took all this land to be Mexico. Now, all of the land that used to be Mexico that now is the United States of America, there's a reason for that. And it's not because the United States of America, or the 13 colonies or whatever other colonies we had back then, were bad and they were out there conquering land and territory and killing people and all that. No, it wasn't because of that. It was because the country was being guided by a tyrannical, corrupted government. And Texas was the first one to cry out and say, hey, I want to be part of this great United States of America that is about to be happening. And everybody else added to it. Mexico has always been what a downer. Mexico has a history of killing their own native people. Yeah. There's this thing called the rule of survival of the fittest. Only the strong survive, says a song. Well, Aztecs were pretty potent. They were very, very strong, very, very strong. The Mayans I will probably put there in second place. And there's other big Indian, ethnicities back there, or I don't know what the hell you want to call them, tribes. But the Aztecs were known for being ruthless, for being tough, sacrificing to the fake idols, fake gods. And so were the Mayans. And all the other native tribes that we had in the Americas, just weak. They fell down. I find it interesting that people don't know anything about Mexico. They just say stolen land here in the United States. But they don't know that Mexico was conquering the natives in North America, here in the United States of America. So you know what? Shut the hell up. And then about the stolen land. And then, not only that, but south of Mexico was all the way down to Panama. Why do you think that every country in Central America down to Panama and Belize became independent from Mexico? There is a reason for that. Now, with that being said, all right, I just wanted to get that out of my system. But there is the point of California, California is in trouble. That's right, Myra. Myracha. That's right. Grifter. Holla. Anyways, that's all the attention you get from me today, okay? Um, California is in big trouble. Now, I find this very interesting. I find that a lot of Democrats, well, again, guys, fake ass Democrats. I think that whatever percentage of the Democratic Party is legit, they're very gullible. But the highest percentage, which I won't put a number on it, but I'm going to believe, because of what I've seen on the streets and everything, that the majority of the socialist Democrats are retarded, like Maracha here. This is a perfect example of retardation. They are retarded. They have the same problems. Like, check this out. Check this out. Let's go ahead and start with some moral values here. Now, as a Christian, right, and we won't talk about the Bible, I love everybody, right? I love the gays. I love everybody. I love the drunkards. I love the adulterers, the fornicators. I love everybody. But the Bible says they're going to hell. That's not me saying it. That's the Bible. Now, a lot of people don't want to believe in God because it's easier to live under the devil's rule. But the crazy thing is that conservatives, at least for the most part, I'll say the highest percentage of conservatives, we love gays. We don't love their sin. And we don't care what they do in private behind doors. But we do care that they're trying to indoctrinate our children. We do get bothered when they put an LGBTQ, a pride, a sinful perversion, sexual perversion flag in our schools and ignore God. Ignore the reason why we are free today. They don't respect the American flag that stands for hope and for the sacrifice and the blood and all the fights that we have had in history to be the greatest country that we are today. There's a very big difference on being tolerant and being weak. And there's also a big difference between somebody who wants equality and wants supremacy. See, supremacy doesn't really exist per se. But I'm going to give you an example of the difference between conservatives and the socialist Democrats, which I believe are lunatics. We accept that people's lives, well, they're not going to align with our beliefs, with our moral values. But we do ask that they respect us as well. Okay? So we believe in equality, but we're not going to give you better treatment. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get preference from me. Sort of like I don't agree with DEI. While I think that, diversity is fantastic, I don't think that it's fantastic because there's brown, black, and yellow and all this shit. That's not why it's fantastic. It's fantastic because every ethnicity has a talent that has been put together, and that's great because you're judging them on their skill level and the talents that they possess. But DEI doesn't do that. If you are black and you have a 70% score and you happen to be white and you got a 99% score, don't take the black person, the least qualified person, because of DEI. I find that is one of the biggest problems that we have in this country. Now, the leftists, socialists, Democrats, whatever the hell they want to call themselves today, they are so violent. They are truly hateful, divisive. They fight for their freedom of speech, but only when it's good for them. They don't care about your freedom of speech. The transgenders, want equal rights. What the hell are you talking about? What rights don't you have? You got the same rights as everybody else. You can vote. You can pay taxes. Go to work like everybody else. Now, you want to go ahead and dress a certain way. Hey, listen, what you do in your own time, it is what it is. The leftist lunatics, it's crazy. They all think the same way. I was watching, this is so painful. Whew. But I was watching this, a couple of Jubilee episodes, not all of them, just a part of it. And of course, the same socialist, Democrat, retarded youngsters, same people. Jubilee, get some new freaking people in your show. The same retarded, emotionally unstable, missing a father love, the same people that come from broken homes and abuse, and that's the same freaking people that turn socialist Democrats that are wusses with no strength or brains to live life with. I get why they're so hateful. I get it. But it's a burden that we must carry, apparently. But I'm telling you, I saw a couple of episodes. I've seen a few, and one of them was with this Republican politician. It's a black conservative and two white, almost gay-looking socialists. Oh, man. They're actually pretty popular podcasters. I just don't give a shit about them. But, the thing is, so I'm listening to these youngsters, right? Now, the Republican politician is there trying to, I don't know what the hell he was doing, to be honest. I don't know what the hell he was doing there. I would just say, I don't even know why the hell he showed up. But anyway, the black conservative kid, and I say kid, maybe they're in their early 20s. I don't know. They're kids to me. Listen, the black conservative had a bunch of information in there. Fantastic information, really good information. And then the socialist Democrats, they had a lot of information. Fantastic information, but twisted, of course. But the point is that these guys, they all had all this knowledge. They had all this information. And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. Something is about to happen because common sense, a little bit of critical thinking, a little bit of wisdom is going to show up anytime. Well, I'm still waiting. No wisdom. All this information, all this knowledge, and no wisdom. Zero. Zilch. Zero. Man, you know what I'm saying? Nothing. It is crazy. How can you have so much knowledge and have acquired no wisdom? It's unbelievable. But anyway, I'm watching this and I'm just like, this is why we're lost. This is probably the kind of youngsters that call me, the 20s and 30-year-olds that call me here. This is probably the kind of people that call me and they get pissed off because they can't convince me to be on their side. I'm just like, listen, I just want you to use common sense. You got to be able to know how to talk to me. You got to be able to know how to talk to me. If you're not able to talk to me and convince me, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. And then I'm watching another episode, and actually, one of the podcasters that I really like is Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin. I think I have a clip that I'm going to play with him. I think I might have a clip to play with him. But Dave Rubin, I love Dave Rubin. Let me tell you why. Okay, not that he's gay. That's not the reason why I love him. I love him because as a man, I respect how intelligent he is. I respect that he's got some common sense. He does have some wisdom. Now, I don't agree with him adopting children and him being married to a man, but that's his life. If we're talking about biblically speaking, we know that's wrong. But he's not out there trying to destroy the United States of America. Let's be honest. We're all responsible for our own children. And while we are called to tell the truth, that's all we're called to do. We're called to tell the truth. And we are not to condemn people. The Bible does all of that. We just deliver the message And you know what? Still love them. It's hard. I know. I want to slap the shit out of them every single day, it seems like, because they always cross the line. You know what I mean? But anyway, the whole thing was that Dave Rubin was this conservative, right? And all these socialist Democrats or progressives, as they call themselves, right, were talking shit about the conservative party. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, you do know you're talking to a gay man, right? Gays for Trump. Power to the people. And I'm listening to these guys, and I'm annoyed, Barry. I'm annoyed. I am annoyed by these guys. No wisdom. And they find little things that just when you think that what they're saying makes sense, they lose it. They lose it. Crazy how it works. But you know, here's a beauty. Here's a beauty about us. For those of you who think the way I do, I'm very confident that we are conservatives. Even if you're Democrat, you can still be a conservative. Listen, here's the difference. If you are against me, okay, I still love you. That's not a problem. You are still you. You see, if you support me and you're black, that doesn't change you. If you don't support me and you're black, it still doesn't change you. Still love you the same. My children are black, just so you know, so I still love my children. This black thing is half and half, I guess. But the point I'm trying to make is that it doesn't matter if you support me or not, whether you support Trump or not, whether you support the Republicans or not, whether you support conservatives or not. The thing is, you are still seen as you. And the value that you bring into this world, we still see that, even though we also see the mistakes and nobody's perfect. See, that's the thing, that we acknowledge that. And so everybody, technically everybody, is accepted into the conservative party. You see what I'm saying? Now, there's going to be people, religious people, that are going to go out there, go crazy, and say some nasty shit about you. Grow some balls. Grow up, become an adult, and learn that those words don't hurt you. The fact is, people don't clothe you. They don't feed you. You clothe and feed yourself. So don't worry about their interpretation of who you are. Know thyself. And so we are this party that gives love to everybody. Now, just because I correct you, exhort you, rebuke you, or discipline you, if you're my family or whatever, it doesn't mean that I hate you. No, on the contrary. I love you, and I want us to be best and the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? Here is the problem with the socialist, crazy-ass, retarded people. Mental health is an issue. If you are tranny, if you don't vote for Democrats, they hate you. If you're gay and you don't support Democrats, they hate you. If you're black and you don't vote for them, they hate you. That's just the way it is. Now, if you want to call yourself a Democrat, fantastic. I have no problem with that. Let me borrow your vote. That's what I say. Let us, Americans, your brothers and sisters, borrow your vote. And hopefully, we get the Democratic Party back. See, it used to be a fair fight. And we saw how they cheated on the election for President Trump. Now, I will say this. I don't blame President Trump for bitching and complaining about the rigged elections. I don't blame him for being pissed off right now with California. I don't blame him. I don't like to hear him say it because he sounds like a dumbass. But he's not. He's legitimate right about it. And it doesn't matter how many times it happens. Doggone it. We said it. Watch. Pratt is leading. It is obvious that Pratt and garbage, Basura, it's going to go to the November election for votes. We knew this. Even Rama was crying about it. Oh my God, California is the most beautiful state in the whole world. Oh, just shut the hell up. You're destroying it, bitch. I wish that she was working to make it better. I'll be so happy right now. But here's what we said. Watch. They are going to delay the vote counts. Mysterious ballots will appear. Let's not forget Gavin Newsom said, oh, we got to break the glass, emergency break the glass tactics out there if we start losing the elections. Well, what do you think that means? I don't know. I will let you think about what that means. All I know is there is no freaking way that retarded Rama all of a sudden, overnight, got thousands and thousands of votes, and now she's ahead of Pratt. And Pratt got nothing. Come on. Come on. I show you the report. There has been ballots burnt. Nobody knows what these ballots are. They're burnt, destroyed, lost. And every single illegal immigrant, along with all the stupid-ass, naive, and gullible Americans, if they really are American, they go against the voter ID. Why are you not trying to make it more secure? I don't care about history with votes. We have been massively invaded by the world with illegal immigrants. It is time for new measures. We must update our system. You know what I love about Rob DeSantis? Rob DeSantis, I think it's next month coming up. Rob DeSantis is actually going to make sure that your license or your ID actually says that you are a citizen. Why it hasn't happened, I have no idea. You know, in Honduras, nobody, and I mean nobody, can get a license unless you're Honduran. It's a third world country. Who gives a shit? Probably most of the people drive without a license. But I can't get an ID from Honduras unless I was a citizen of Honduras. And my birth certificate said I was born there, so I got one. But you see what I'm saying? Third world countries have these laws that for some reason the United States of America just ignores. They just ignore it. D said what? Yeah, Marsha, I love getting into more wars in the Listen, I'm going to tell you how retarded you are. Just look at the comment from D-Lo. This is the retardation that I'm talking about. I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm misreading the sarcastic comment. But this is how retarded they are. This is how retarded they are. We're talking about voting, fraud, and elections. What the hell do you got to talk about gas and the war in the Middle East? We can talk about that. Stay on subject. This is why you retards never learned anything. And you only come here to troll and to lie to people and throw all the bullshit out there that people maybe haven't heard, and you're trying to convince those people. Well, guess what? You're in the Dennis Herrera show. You make another freaking comment about something stupid that we're not talking about, and I will boot your ass. If you are interested on knowing the truth, pay attention. Every single democratic state has refused to work with the federal government to investigate fraud, abuse, for some reason. They just, no, they don't want to. They don't want to. They don't want to enforce the law. Every other Republican governor has. The Democrats have refused every single step of the way. Every time that we ask for voter rolls, oh no, it's privacy. Shut up, lying ass. I want Hilton to be the governor in California. I want Pratt. I want Pratt to win as the mayor. I'm telling you. He has the right message. Compared to the other two, he is the best. And Angelenos support him. Regardless of what California people, the Democrats tell you. Everybody knows that they're the right people. I live in a blue state. When I say that they have denied, I'm talking about my state, Washington State. We have told them, the Attorney General here, the sorry ass of an excuse of an Attorney General. We said, we know that illegals have voted. He said, oh, it was just one. There should be zero. You're hearing these things that people just register online, overseas. They don't even live here. How the hell is that happening? How is that not being audited? They just, if you say you're a citizen, okay, are you lying? No? Okay, you're a citizen. That's how stupid people are on the left. They think that's okay. Well, as much as they say that we are the ones that cheat, well, doggone it, we are very stupid. Because we keep trying to ask for proof of citizenship. Once your birth certificate. We want to make sure that you're an American citizen before you vote. Man, we really are trying to cheat, aren't we? Please. How stupid is that? Don't let nobody lie to you guys. Come on. Use your common sense. Democrats believe that ignorance is bliss. Well, it's not. It's not. Businesses are leaving Washington State. They're trying to pass laws without citizens' approval. They're trying to raise an income tax, state income tax, which is illegal. It is unconstitutional here in Washington State. And what does the governor do? Yes, he's a Democrat retard. What does he do? Him and his goons passed this bill right to just to vote. They didn't even ask for us. They didn't ask for the people to vote. Because 11 times they have rejected it. So because they know that we the people don't want it, obviously, we don't want it, they don't want to let us vote on it. So they're unconstitutionally taking away our right as a Washington Constitution right to vote for these things to happen. Not only that, but now he's trying to get rid of the sheriff. He is trying to get the power to get rid of the only person that can arrest him for doing something illegal. Let that marinate for a little bit. Let that sink in. Now you remember Kamala Harris? It took a month just for her to win by a very few points. It took a month in California to put Kamala Harris as Attorney General. Californians are not stupid. I know that if this message gets out there, they will do something about it. My advice for California is this. All right, D, Get the hell out of my channel, at least for 30 minutes. I don't need you here. There you go. I warned you. I'm always fair. I'm always fair. If I catch it, if I don't catch it, you know, you're safe. If I catch you, I will get rid of your ass. Anywho, if the sheriff law passes, it passes out of state. It'll go to every state. Listen, these guys are playing. It is so they're so retarded. They are all using the same playbook, and you see it every blue state, from state to state to state. Anyway, I don't know. You know, from here till November, I still have almost 6 months. But I can lie and say that I've lived in California for about since January, and then I can vote in November and then come back to Washington State. And hey, maybe we can go help them get a Republican in office. Make it too big to rig, as President Trump says when he was running. That is my advice for Angelenos. That is my advice for Californians. Make it too big to rig. Ask the government, where is my vote? I want to make sure my vote was counted. They got to be able to have a website where you can go, or a phone number, where you can go and check and see if your vote was casted the way you said. They can always give you this privacy bullshit. Nobody cares. They can always give you all this bullshit information. But I'm telling you, these guys are going to try to stay in power because they believe that they are kings. But they're not. This country is still a constitutional republic that belongs to the people. And as long as we defend the Constitution, we will continue to stay an independent country. Now, I know that there is a lot of socialist Democrats that are falsely accusing President Trump of breaking the Constitution. But I'm going to tell you right now, the only people that I see breaking the Constitution on a daily basis are Democrats. And I don't mean just one. I mean every single one of them. Sorry, Mr. Fetterman. I know you're one of the good ones. I'm just saying, we're talking about corrupted, fake-ass Democrats. I don't know how I can put that in there without saying fake, without saying Democrats. Maybe I should just continue to say fake Democrats. But the fact is that they continue to lie. They continue to cheat. And the worst thing is, it's not just even about them staying in power. Is that it affects our economy. It is destroying our economy. I know, and it's so easy to say F Trump. It's Trump's fault. I have a credit card from my bank with a little sticker of President Trump. Now, it's just a joke. I'm going to show you real quick. So I have this credit card with Trump in it. Okay? And I always tell people, when I pay for it, to make them laugh, because, you know, people are crazy. To make them laugh, I said, look, if that card doesn't work, it's his fault. F Trump if the card doesn't go through. Luckily, that card always goes through. Oh, man. Listen, if you are in Washington State, stay in touch, all right? Keep in touch. We are going to, it's so even hard to say it, man. But we're going to give it a shot. I'm telling you guys, I was so sure I'm going to run for governor. But everything that I'm seeing, I just don't know, man. I feel like the Washington State is the dumpster for all the garbage that is being cleaned out from other crappy states. You have more, we got thousands, tens of thousands of more transgenders because they're not allowed in other places. Because Washington State is so gullible and such a pussy that doesn't have any type of guts to enforce the laws for misbehavior. You can be tranny, I don't care. Stop destroying our city and state. Stop being entitled. Act like a bunch of little bitches. Just act like everybody else. Live your life the way you want to live it. Stop being perverted. You want to be a drag queen? 18 plus. You want to go and tell your children that they can be, women when they're boys? No, man, that's child abuse. You should be in jail for that. That's what I'm saying. You should be in jail for that. That is child abuse. You teach them. If you're a boy, you teach them that they're boys. Let's be honest. I can't be naive. If you're gay, you are going to teach your kids that they're gay, even though they're not. Hormones. We have a hormone change. We have a thing called puberty. Our minds are changing constantly. We need affirmation, sure. Affirmation of what you physically are. There's only one person, there's only one kind of humans that can choose whether they're boy or girl. And that's the ones that are born with both sexes. They get to choose which one. Maybe they keep both. Who cares? That is an abnormality. And that's okay. Let them be their own category. But we're not going to change who we are from male and female. The obvious choice is that if you have both sex parts and your body is female, then you should choose the female part. And if you want to be a feminine man, and well, choose to be that, but you get a choice. We don't have a bathroom that says penis or vagina. Maybe we should now. Because people don't understand that men have a penis. Women have a vagina. It's very simple. Women dress a certain way. It's a dress like. Men dress men-like. It's a social construct. So that we can identify easier. So that we can have a more orderly society, civilization. These guys want to go out there and just confuse everybody. That's crazy. You can have unisex bathrooms, absolutely. But you cannot walk into a female's bathroom being a male. That is why there's only two genders, male and female. It's so simple, ain't it? Yeah, whatever. Listen, California, they are absolutely, I guarantee you, 100% cheating on the election. I guarantee it. 100%. You can take that to the bank. Oh, Dennis, where's the proof? Well, for one, how about they only count votes when nobody's watching? And all of a sudden, thousands and hundreds of thousands of votes go for one individual? How pathetic is that? You can't make that shit up, man. You just can't make that up. Why don't we go ahead and start with Fox here. And they're going to talk about California as a state with most Fortune 500 companies leaving. That's right. You heard me right. Man, they cheat constantly. They scam. They're fraudsters. You know what? They just never change, man. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. You cannot stand for corruption. And when they say that President Trump is breaking the Constitution, it's bullshit. He's not. Whether you like it or not, he's not. Let's agree to disagree. I believe the Constitution of the United States of America is for American citizens and residents. Now, there are some things in there for everybody that is visiting, but that doesn't mean that they have legal rights as American citizens do. They got human rights, which we will respect, but they don't have any legal rights. They don't have the right to go and protest. That's for Americans, not for foreigners. See, this is why the universities are all effed up. They allow foreigners to come from other countries to destroy our country, protesting in our streets, playing the victim in our streets, making us look like a bunch of morons. In the meantime, not only are they getting an education here, they're getting our money, they're getting our benefits. And they are destroying America from within. Unbelievable. Woo! Man, it's tough. It's tough. Let's see here. I don't know why I get that stuck in my song in my head right now. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second here. Let me adjust a couple of things here. I apologize. I should have had this ready. I thought I had it ready. Apparently, I didn't. Let's see. Let's just minimize that very small there. And let's get it.
The Golden State has officially lost its golden crown. Hallelujah. For the first time in history of the Fortune 500, Texas has more companies headquartered there than California, 57 to 56. The Lone Star State's 57 companies generate roughly $2.8 trillion in revenue, just edging out California's $2.7 trillion. It is a narrow margin, but the trend undeniable. Money is mobile, and companies certainly are, and they will move to where their capital and their employees are treated better.
Love this story. Not much to say except that we told you so. We knew it, and this proves that if you have lower tax rate, more people will move there, which means then you can generate more money. So it just sort of dispels this myth that you have to raise taxes to raise revenue. I love this story. I hope the trend continues, only because I love California and I need it to see these trends, I think, in order for them to really wake up and fix their ways.
Yeah, I like this too, but here's my question. I'm going to be Mr. Pessimist on this one. What are the states the companies are moving to doing to lock in the thing that people love?
What?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I look at Texas. I like Texas. Obviously, companies like Texas. But what is Texas doing to make sure that Texas remains Texas after all these folks from California or New York or whatever? I think we're celebrating the good thing, like federalism, but I just think underneath the surface, and if you talk to somebody in Texas, they'll tell you, like, they get a little nervous.
Are elected to the city council already.
Like, you got this. Okay, you got this Tallarico guy down there in Texas. I don't think he's going to win, but I don't know. And the fact that he's in it, that guy's not like a moderate Texas Democrat. He is loony left, and they're talking about him being competitive. So I'm just saying, if you're one of these states, like, what are you doing to dig deep and make sure the foundations of your prosperity are going to be there when this wave of kind of escaping leftism but don't really know why show up in your state and start trying to vote for things?
I'll tell you what they're doing in Florida. You want to know what they're doing in Florida?
What?
They're keeping taxes low, regulations not onerous, and they're getting the heck out of the way and celebrating your success. Simple as that. And unfortunately, it's not just the taxes in California, it's the rhetoric. Some of the things that comes out of their mouths, amazing. They wee on success.
Well, what was the tweet to Elon Musk that said F you? And Elon Musk said, message received. Loud and clear.
And what was the mayor of Seattle that said bye to wealth?
Well, Newsom, I keep bringing this up, but when Chevron was going to leave California, the CEO tried to contact Gavin Newsom to tell him in advance. And his response was, I'm good.
Well, here's the thing. I think we have to question, are the lawmakers stupid there that they didn't know if they push this way too far, all of a sudden there's going to be an exodus? Or to a certain extent, do they want that to happen? It's the question that we ask here in New York City with Mamdani pushing everybody out to greener pastures and killing business with his policies, proposed policies, everything he wants to do. My personal opinion is that they know what's going to happen. They see past examples. They see the writing on the wall. I think that's what they want. I don't think they want their state to be as prosperous or wealthy as it once was. And I think that they want to reimagine what these states and cities look like. It will be a new standard of living. It will be a new way of life. It will be people who stay, unfortunately, that voted for these lawmakers that don't have the funds or the means to be able to leave. And they want to be able to introduce communism into this country. And this is slowly how they're going to do it, by persecuting the wealthy, getting rid of them, and then redesigning everything. That's what I think is happening. I don't think it's a mystery.
Well, then it is a good idea for those businesses to get the heck out of there. The problem is those are the businesses who left. They were the ones in the state when the state became the thing you're describing. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, they weren't great stewards of what they had. They let it fall apart and they left. That's what makes me nervous. The businesses leave because they want greener pastures, but they don't tend the pastures that they used to be in. So when they go to Texas, what are they going to do when Tallarico says, let's just be a little bit more progressive and let's raise taxes, whatever? Are they going to stand by and say, yeah, that's what I do. That's what we do? Are they going to fight with the rest of the people in Texas who want to keep Texas, Texas?
I don't know what in these people's minds. I think it's all about control, because they've seen all evidence in that if they lower taxes, they will attract the capital and get more revenues. It's a fact of life. It's the nature of the beast. I'm amazed that the New Jersey governor right now has not lowered taxes for corporations based on what this dude is doing over here and some of the rhetoric that comes out of his mouth on the bad billionaires and the homes and things like that. If I was running this city, I would be lowering corporate taxes immediately and telling the world about it, why it's the greatest city on earth to do business. California, I lived in San Diego. I used to live at the Torrey Pines golf course. I played Pebble Beach a few times. It is a magnificent state, and they continue to take a certain finger out, not the pinky of the thumb, but the other one right in you know what, and just aim it at anybody that's successful. And guess what? The Cult Bomb motto stands, if able, and that's the two most important words. Capital, people, and business are going to flock to where they're treated best. And guess what? You see it happening, and we have some more figures coming out on it.
Yeah. Well, the Texas example is kind of the template for other states. I think that's the opportunity, is whatever Texas gets wrong, like, allow other states, even in the Midwest, to enter the fray.
That's true, and we see it. We see it here in Seattle. Here in Seattle, Washington, it's the same mentality. It's just like this fake Democrats that are lying to true Democrats. It's just amazing how they're just able to get away with it. And I hope that more Democrats wake up and they realize that the party that they're supporting is not a real Democratic Party anymore. Look at their policies. Listen, we're okay with you accepting people for who they are, but we are not going to accept them indoctrinating our innocent children. That's just not going to happen. We are not going to accept male bodies in women's sports. Our women get hurt. Listen, I know that there's a lot of tough women out there. I've seen the rugby players, and I'm going to tell you something. There is a lot of big muscular women out there that are kicking some ass. Like, I've seen this rugby player take little Asian rugby players like little ants off their shoulder. That just lift them up in the ground and bounce them up and slams them on the ground. I mean, I feel sorry for these little scrawny Asian women that want to play rugby, because there's a lot of women out there that are very strong, very muscular. And, I mean, sometimes we think that they're so ugly they might be men, but there's a lot of ugly women out there that are actually very masculine, but they really are women. And the point is that a male's body, regardless of whether they're skinny or not, it's always going to be stronger than a woman on their category of sport. Period. That's just a fact. Listen, even as messed up as I am now that I'm getting older, etc., I don't think there's a woman that can beat me up. There's not one woman that can beat me up. I'm just sorry, but just to prove a point, I will show you that somebody can get knocked out in one punch. Oh, man, the facts of life. But anyway, so, we were accepting everybody. We just don't want this whole thing to be, indoctrinated into our children. This is not the culture we want. You can do whatever you want behind doors. You can be whoever you want to be behind doors. But you're not going to show up at your workplace with a bunch of freaking, ear piercings and tattoos everywhere, because that's not what the owner wants. That's not the professional look that they're looking for. So you get to choose how you want to, carry yourself, but just remember that you are making that decision for yourself. If you want to tattoo yourself all over to the eyes with the MS 16, 13, 18, and 23, or whatever the hell numbers you want, by all means go do that. But you are limiting your options of work and careers. It's just is what it is. You make that decision. If you say, you know what, I don't care, I want to do this, okay, do that. But just know that you are deciding to cut off some opportunities from your life. Now, I will say that you can always say to me, well, I'm just going to do my own thing. Okay, well, when you do your own thing, don't bitch and complain about it when you fail. Don't blame the others for being successful. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be able to. How old are you? That's my question. How old are you? If you're my age, which, by the way, I'm going to be 50 years old here in about 8 days. 1 whole week, and I'll be 50 years old. How old are you? If you are my age or older, I'll even take 40s. If you're my age or older, you know that if you want something in life, you got to go get it. The world is going to be against you. I'm going to prove it to you here. Right here. This is what I do. This is what I'm banking on. You know what I'm saying? This is my job. And what do the people on the left come in always say? Oh, drifter. He go get a real job. That's the kind of people that we have on this world. And they'll never go away. They will never go away. You see what I'm saying? It's proof right there. I don't have to go any farther. You will see them come in my chat and say, get a real job. Why are you hating on what I do for a living? You will always have that. If you go to your father that wants you to go to the university and be a doctor, and all of a sudden you say, Father, I'm dropping out of school. I want to be a mechanic. Mechanic? What the hell you want to be a mechanic? You got to be a doctor. Be a doctor. You make a lot of money. Man, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You choose to be who you want to be in every single level, but you're not going to change reality. If I think that college is useless for me, that doesn't mean that it's useless for you. Now, the only reason why a lot of conservatives are saying that college is a waste of time is because they have managed to use all these weak leftists, emotionally compromised, fatherless, abused people and make them a bunch of wusses. They make them a bunch of anti-Americans. That's why we don't like the universities. They're passing socialism. Instead of teaching people to actually be accountable and be successful, they teach them to be whiners, complainers, dependent on others to provide for them instead of helping them become a successful person in life. That's a big difference. I don't know everything. I don't have all the data. I don't have all the facts. But everything that I tell you is a fact. It's common sense. If you throw a rock at a window, most likely it will break. bunch of nails on the road, you might pop somebody's tire. It's common sense. If you jump off a 3-story building, most likely you will break your legs. Common sense. We can't be naive. Thank you, Bella. Tanya, how are you, sis? I see you. Hey, you guys know I love you guys. I don't have to say it every day, but I love you guys very much. Thank you so much for your love, for your support. Thank you for coming in here, liking the video, sharing, subscribing, becoming members. This is how you guys support me. I appreciate you. If you are here and you are not a member, if you're not a subscriber or, whatever, and you want to demand my attention on something, the best way for you to do that is if you put a super chat on the comments, and then you got my attention. Other than that, if I catch your comment and I read it, you're welcome, okay? Very simple. Why don't we go ahead and go to Democracy 2026, and we will go back and forth with this things, but I will let you know what's actually happening. Let's go ahead and listen to Steve Hilton, which is the candidate that I want, that I hope that becomes an actual governor in California. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. If he is a failure, I'm recommending him. I'll take the blame as well. Okay, I'll take the blame for it as well. Listen, there is a big difference if, for example, in California. Let's talk about California. Let's talk about the good things in California. Beautiful coast, southern border, fantastic, great weather. Lack of water, but you can fix that, okay? You can desalinate water. Listen, California truly is a dream state. It really is. It's fantastic. The beautiful deserts, beautiful rock formations. They should have more forests, but it is what it is. Nonetheless, when you are in California, when you are in Hollywood, when you are in LA, you truly feel very different than you do here in Washington State. It is a whole different feeling. And it's situated on a very, very good spot. It's on the coast, the southern coast of the United States of America. Access straight to Hawaii. Access down the whole west coast of Mexico, Central America, Salvador, etc. It's fantastic. It's got a lot of different ethnicities. That's fantastic. They got too many damn illegal immigrants, but it's still fantastic. And the problem is not getting money. They got more money than any other state, okay? The problem is the management. And that goes to governors and mayors. Judge them. Judge them by county. See what mayors from what cities are doing a good job. Why are they different? Who is doing your service? Who's being a governor or a mayor or a politician just so that they can have money, a career? Let me tell you something right now. Man, this breaks my heart. Let me tell you something. Major Bass, which what they call down in California, basura, garbage. She was down in Africa on vacation. When she heard about the fires and the emergencies happening in LA, in California, she didn't give a damn. She's like, oh my God, I got a couple more days. They can wait. What the city is on fire. Well, the forest. She didn't give a damn. I'm going to tell you, if I was on vacation in Honduras and I was the mayor of LA, man, I'm on a plane right there, same day. I don't care what it costs. I want a plane back to California and I want to know what's going on. That's what I would do. Now, as much as I love the Honduran people, that's fantastic. I love the Honduran people. But my job The reason why I went to become the mayor of LA is because I love the people. I love the town. I love the city. I want to make it better. Not so that I can stay in power. Not so that I can make the money. And that is the big difference between the people's mentality. I listened to Hilton. I listened to him before this whole, thing is going on with this voting. And he's just like you and me. We're sick and tired of our money going down to waste. We're sick and tired of these corrupted politicians stealing our tax dollars, having luxury vacations. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind. If they do, fantastic. Let them have a luxury vacation. But all the tax dollars that they're getting just being wasted or stolen, fraudulent, scams, etc., you got to give a damn. You got to be able to care for the people. I just don't see how people don't see that. It's okay if they have a luxury, that's fine, but make your city feel the difference. And having a bunch of drug addicts, homeless on the street, and you trying to be politically correct and call them unhoused, what the hell? Some sort of penitentiary penitence or something. I don't know what that is. Unhoused. What the fudge? It is the responsibility of individuals to take care of themselves. Unless they are disabled, unless they are, they really can, and there's a mental problem. I get it. We need to help those people. But you just think anybody, just like the retarded mayor in Seattle here in Washington, she really believes that everybody should have a house. Well, yeah, I like that idea as well, but that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. If you don't teach people, number one, be patriotic. Love your country. You got to teach that, number one. Number two, you got to teach them to be self-reliant. They got to be able to go out there and want to make a living. Don't teach them to be lazy. The socialist Democrats, what they teach them is how to be an activist, how to protest. For Pete's sakes, they're taking your children out of school in elementary, middle school, high school, and they take them out and protest. Some kids almost got run over by cars. That's why you want your children to learn activism, communism. We warned you about New York. I don't have to tell you every day about New York. I told you Mandani is a communist. He's a communist Muslim. Just because he freaking fakes that smile, I can guarantee you that I can yell at you here every day and I can get mad and passionate, but that's real. He will tear you apart and give you a smile. Idiots, if you fall for that. Activism is the new way to teach socialists how to live. It is crazy. There used to be a time where to be an activist will be a disqualification for you to get a green card. Many don't know this, but even if you're a naturalized citizen, it can be up to 10 years and you can be stripped of your citizenship. That's right. That's right. If I become anti-American and I become an activist and I'm going over there and supporting communists and all these terrorist groups that are invading us, I could lose my citizenship. Mandani in New York, he is now openly, I told you so. He is now openly saying that he's going to take your property because you're a bad landlord. He's going to take your property because you can't afford to make a better housing and more economical. He's going to take away your business. It's an apartment community, manager, owner. And giving it to the tenants, that's communism. Asaf, you're a Muslim. You are the piece of shit Muslims that we don't like. There is peaceful Muslims, and then there's you, a piece of shit Muslim. Unfortunately, the peaceful Muslims don't understand that they are infidels because they don't abide by Sharia law. They don't understand what that is. Maybe I'm just naive. Maybe they do. But a lot of peaceful Muslims suffer because of dumbass people like Asaf. I'll tell you like it is. Go find out. Don't take my word for it. Go do some research. Go find out and say, hey, is Mamdani saying that he is going to take property away from apartment owners and give it to the tenants? Go find out. Go find out. Docino, what's going on, baby? Good to see you on here, man. It's been a while. How's your brother doing? I hope your brother's doing good. Brian, what's up? I know. Thank you guys for being patient, man. You know how it is, man. I try to go off in here, and when I'm inspired, I'm inspired. Let's see if we get to see Stevie Girl, I think is the name of the user that comes in. No facts involved, no truth, just his opinion. So I guess that's that. Okay, Brandon, let's do something. I got this thing here. First of all, I talked about Governor DeSantis signing the Florida SAVE Act, HB 991, which mandates that all new, renew, and replacement driver's licenses and state IDs issue on or after January 1st, 2027 explicitly display the holder's citizenship status. Why don't we do another search? Let's do a search and see. Let's see. Mamdani. Here we go. Let's see if we can find something here. Let's see. This is Facebook. No. How about this? Let me see if this is one.
When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves. I eventually ran for office myself and joined that fight in Albany, fighting for better protections and helping to win good cause eviction, a policy that prevents sudden displacement and price gouging in our city.
I'm sorry. I thought you said I was lying. I thought you said it was just my opinion. Shut the hell up. I love it when people challenge me. Bro, listen, I've gotten bigger turds out than you. So I'm going to tell you something, bro. Don't come at me. You can't handle me. That's a fact. That's a fact. I said what I said because it came out of his own mouth. You see, when you come and tell me something that somebody's opinion said and you didn't do your research and it turns out that that was a lie, that's your fault. When I give you information, take it with a grain of salt. Go and do the research and be like, wait a minute, this guy is fucking lying. Let's go take a look. Find out if I'm lying. There he is with a great smile, isn't he? Listen to what he said. He's not saying, let's say, for example, Jason Beatrice. He's an apartment owner, right? Has his property. He is not saying, hey, Jason Beatrice, you are guilty of negligence and this and this and that, and the property is valued. Well, let's take a look at what the value is. We need you to step outside, son. Even that's still communism, but hey, at least you get the value of the property, right? There he is. Well, he fooled everybody in New York, but he didn't fool us. Not on the Dennis Herrera show, because this is where people with common sense stick around.
As we made it easier for New Yorkers to stay in their homes, one thing became increasingly clear. There was no way to drive down housing costs without also building more housing. I knew the lessons of Vienna, where for nearly a century, municipal government has built and financed housing directly. And data from other American cities told a clear story of what that building could lead to. Between 2015 and 2024, 120,000 homes were built in Austin. In December of 2021, Austin's median rent was $1,546. By this past January, it had fallen to $1,296, even as the city's population continued to grow. I saw these same patterns in Minneapolis and Seattle. It was clear, when it comes to housing, the binary we face is not between structures and people. It is not between building and organizing, nor is it between the tenants of today and the tenants of tomorrow. It is a far more basic one. It is between a government that debates and a government that delivers.
All these people don't even know what the hell he just said.
We can keep people in their homes, and we can build the homes that they need to live in. We have spoken about this crisis long enough. It is now time to do something about it. Our housing plan meets this crisis with the scale and urgency it demands. It invests billions of dollars in new affordable housing production. And it continues the vital work of protecting tenants from bad landlords and displacement.
You know what happens when there's a bad landlord? You don't rent from them. You go to somebody else. That's how you get competition. If you don't like the landlord that you live with, don't rent from them. That doesn't give you the right to take away their property. How would you like it? If you work your ass off and put in all of your life savings and you got all this debt and you manage to somehow make a community, an apartment community thrive, and all of a sudden you have to raise the price. Why? Because morons like Mondani here like to raise property taxes, like to raise business taxes, like to put a lot of regulations that strain the business owners. And when somebody is verily making enough money to be able to maintain a building, you don't blame the owner, you blame the mayor and the governor who is making it impossible for them to be able to afford a real maintenance for their business. Now, the reason why they continue to do the business is because that's all they got. You can't go all nuclear on people because they're doing the best that they can. The best thing that he can do with a fake-ass smile, dumb-ass wolf, he is supposed to be helping. How does he do that? Help the landlords. Help them get some breaks so they can go ahead and lower the rent, not raise and regulate more. What are you thinking? You can't do that. You got to be able to help the businesses. Otherwise, they're going to have to raise the prices. These people are getting excited because they're hearing free, 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 a bunch of idiots. You know, if there was a city to be hit by terrorist Muslims, New York is the place to do it. Go ahead. Destroy New York. We don't need it. Oh, wait. They love it the way it is. New York is so bad that terrorists don't even want to destroy it anymore. They just want to govern it. It's easier to destroy America from within than from without. Because from without, we can see them coming. Like Iran. This is why we're over there. Enough. 47 years. Enough. We're not taking that shit anymore. We are going to take them out. And the only thing that I am mad about President Trump right now is that he hasn't annihilated every single one of the regime from Iran and all those who support it. I wish that every single person that supports Hamas on the streets here today would go to jail for life. He does a fake smile every time he says something. I studied this guy. He's fake. He is fake. And he knows that when he throws a smile, the gullible people will not see his true plans. But we know what he's doing. He's a communist. We have history. We don't want commies in this country. We never want them because we know how destructive they are. And the socialist Democrats are so retarded that even on the chat, people from Africa, from the Middle East are over here talking shit, and the American people are so gullible that they say, oh my God, that's so true. Oh yeah, I'm white. I should be feeling guilty about the past history. Shut the hell up. White people got nothing to feel guilty about. Africans were selling slaves before everybody else. Muslims were selling slaves before anybody else. These minority countries were destroying themselves every single day before the white people came here. So shut the hell up with your stupid racist victimhood card. It doesn't work with me. Not in my house.
So let's get into it. The first plank of our plan is all about building. We have set two of the most ambitious housing targets in modern New York City history. First, we are delivering on a promise we made during the campaign. Over the next decade, city government will build 200,000 new, affordable, rent-stabilized homes. This historic production push will increase the number of homes for homeless New Yorkers by nearly 45%, helping us connect thousands of those in need with permanent housing. Second, I am proud to announce, for the first time in our administration, that we will preserve and stabilize an additional 200,000 homes. Together, these 400,000 homes will be affordable for working people, and they will be made possible by historic $22 billion capital investment over 5 years. When it comes to affordable housing, no plan of this scale has ever been imagined by a past mayor, let alone proposed. We are the largest city in the nation. We have the resources, the talent, and the will to achieve this. Expanding our housing supply will also kickstart.
Only retards believe what he says. That's so sad. Only retarded people believe what he says. And then, when it's too late, we have to keep saying it. I told you so. We told you so. You know, we have so much history in this country. It doesn't matter. Let them put the insults on there. I'll get rid of them if I get tired of reading it. But, you know, it doesn't matter what they tell us. We are right. And they are wrong. They are evil and we are good. For them to think that a Muslim who celebrates the death of the Jews, who obviously celebrates and honors the Muslims' customs and rejects the Israel and Jewish customs, it tells you that he is a religious Muslim communist. It doesn't matter if he says, oh, there's nothing wrong with Jew people. No, bitch, you know there's something wrong with them because you don't like them. He's anti-Semitic 100%. And for all the retards that are in here against Israel, you will pay for it. God will make sure that you are all going to pay for it. I pray that you see the light before that comes. But when the time is too, I might laugh. I might laugh to see you in pain. It's so weird to think. Let me tell you something. If I see innocent people suffer, it breaks my heart. It pains me. But if I see evil people being destroyed, for some reason, that doesn't pain me as much. Anywho, let's go ahead and take a quick deviation. Let's just take a little side tour. And let's go ahead and get back to California. Back to California, and then we'll go ahead and get back to Iran.
Votes are still being counted in California's governor's race, with early indicators that Republican Steve Hilton could secure the second spot on November's ballot.
A massive feat. The deep blue state hasn't seen a serious Republican challenger in years. So what makes this year different?
California gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton joins us now. Steve, welcome and congratulations. I have been talking for weeks on this show that I've seen your work ethic up front, and I think that has a lot to do with it. But as hard as you've been working, and you certainly have as a candidate, a lot of the credit goes to the Democrats. They've just done such a bad job. What say you?
You're right. It's a total disaster. 16 years of Democrat one-party rule. We've ended up with the highest poverty rate, highest unemployment rate, highest cost of living in the country. Everywhere you look, crime, chaos, homelessness, the high-speed rail, they can't finish. And now they can't even count votes properly. And that's what's so laughable about it. I thought this election shambles, this fiasco where they're saying it's going to be like another month before we know the result fully. It's just an example of how these people can't run anything properly. They are it's a terrible combination, actually, of complete incompetence and ideological extremism. You've got the far left in...
It's a fact. It shows it right there. They can't even count votes. That's how incompetent they are in California. And you still want to vote for these dumbasses in there. Well, if you do, it's because you are one of them as well. But, yeah, you know, I try to tell the truth and hope that you give you the benefit of doubt that you are also a retard. But there's a proof right there. They can't even count votes for an election. They don't even have that much integrity. That's crazy, ain't it?
Sanity and utter uselessness. And that's why we've ended up where we are. And I think you're right. Californians are desperate for change. There's a poll in the California Post just about a week ago. A majority, 56% of Californians think the state is going in the wrong direction. That's why I'm actually really confident. I know that people look at California and think, how's a Republican going to win? Actually, I'm very confident we can win once I'm officially in the top two. And I think that is going to happen. I think there's no way realistically that Tom Steyer, the billionaire climate fanatic, is going to catch up. I've been leading for most of the last 3 days, right up until last night. It's still incredibly close, me and Javier Becerra. I'm very confident I'll be there in the final.
Well, you know, talking about that one-party grip on the state of California, one of the things that's most mind-boggling about the Democrat Party, especially in a place like California, is that not only are they incredibly incompetent, but they're also the party that believes the government is the answer, is the solution to every problem. You would think if your argument was that the government is the answer to every problem, you'd be really good at it. But it turns out they're terrible at it.
Exactly. And of course, we're paying for it. We have the highest taxes in the country for literally the worst results. And they don't seem to see the contradiction that if actually they want to prove, and sometimes I put it this way, they've had 16 years to show us that their ideas can work. And they've had nothing stopping them. They've had all the statewide offices. They've had both chambers of the state legislature with a 2/3 majority. They can literally pass anything they want. They've run all the big cities, all the big counties. They have the state Supreme Court, 6-1 Democrat majority. And yet still they can't do it. Still the homelessness gets worse and worse despite the billions that they spend. So it's just, and here's the lesson for the rest of the country. California today is what you get when Democrats get everything they want. Vote accordingly.
So, see,
listen, there's even reports, there's even videos, evidence, people, you know, this is why people, they believe less and less on legacy media and more on people that are acting like Nick Shirley. There is evidence that there were people, Democrats, actually paying homeless people to sign names and all this other stuff for like $5, $10. Desperate for buying drugs. They go out there, easy money for them. There is proof that Democrats have been cheating. I want to know why they're not arrested. See, that's the problem that I have with this administration. Every single one of these Democrats caught red-handed should be in jail. Boss was over there on a private conversation. You know, she's still out there running for mayor. She should have been disqualified. Should have been in jail by now. It's a fact. You can say, I'm lying and say everything you want. I show you proof. Comes out of their mouth. Mandani, out of his own mouth. He's a communist. Taking your businesses away so that he can give it away for free to somebody else. But I'm going to tell you something. Nothing, it's free. Everything has the price. and maybe some people might get something for free, but I can tell you the taxpayer people, the people that are actually working for this country, their money is going into corrupted politicians' pockets. Again, I don't care about taxes as long as they are doing something for the people for real, not just for themselves or for them to stay in power. I know that if you are against me right now, you are a Muslim or just a very stupid American. You don't love this country, you don't love the American people, and you are a dishonor to this nation. So don't worry about insulting me. How about you worry about yourself and in your country? I know some of you are over there from Kenya, so I don't give a shit about your opinion. But with that being said, let's go ahead and finish this interview real quick, and we'll go ahead and talk again about Iran.
Let's show our viewers the top state issues named by Californians. You can see at the top of it, cost of living, economy, inflation, followed by housing cost availability, and then government in general is down at 9%. You are here saying today you are confident that you can win if you advance to a head-on-head with Becerra. But why are you confident? What's different about what you're going to do to address those concerns and other policies you want to bring that gives you that confidence?
Well, it's actually a combination of what Rachel said, which is we've just been working very hard. No one's seen a campaign like this in California for at least 20 years. And what we're saying, which is positive, practical things to cut your costs, help your business, fix our schools. It's actually very similar to the way in which President Trump achieved his political revolution across the country, the multiracial working class coalition. If you look at my plans, it's practical things for working people. Your first $100,000 tax-free, $3 gas, no tax on tips, which in most states, the federal no tax on tips has been implemented for state taxes, not in California. I'll get that done. A home you can afford to buy when we get rid of the ridiculous regulations on housing. Your electric bills cut in half when we open up energy production and use natural gas to generate electricity in California instead of being obsessed with windmills. You know, there's all just common sense things, and people are really responding to that. And so on the other side, you've got this guy, Javier Becerra, who was even the Biden administration thought he was incompetent. I mean, how useless do you have to be for that?
So true.
Yeah, and Javier Becerra can never be forgiven for what he did at the border with the children and the way he talked about them as if they were widgets and said, hurry up and process them. He didn't care whether they were being sent to MS-13 or sex traffickers. I mean, he should never be forgiven for that. He certainly should.
And Democrats ignore that and say, oh, that's a lie, that's fake. Shut up.
Shouldn't be entrusted with the state. He can't be entrusted with a child. I want to talk about this because Governor Newsom famously said he has a, quote, secret break the glass plan to prevent California from electing a Republican.
These hypocrite Democrats that come, fake Democrats, by the way, that come into my channel talking about lies and there's all this and that, shut the hell up. You people are responsible for all the crime, for all the rapes, because you allowed that open border. You people are responsible for over 400,000 innocent children being smuggled into this country. And your dumbass governor and mayors on the Democratic Party allowed it to happen. So shut the hell up and excuse me if I don't give a flying shit about you or your opinion.
Governor. He signed a law that stated that mail-in ballot signatures do not have to match. I've noticed, and we've been talking about it for a while, Steve, that there's a lot of quiet voters. I mean, I think there's a lot of voters for you and for Steve and for Pratt who aren't going to tell the pollsters that they're voting for you because it's California, and they're afraid to do that. And so they're just whispering to people they trust that they're doing that. He says he has a secret break the glass plan. What's your secret break the glass plan here to win?
Well, just to work much harder even than the pace we've already been going. It's a big state, and that's why literally the day after Election Day, I was up in Sacramento, press conference, meeting with the party leaders. We had a rally in the evening. The next day, San Francisco, roundtable.
Mr. Hilton, we know socialist Democrat idiots are only allowing all this fraud because that is the one way that they can stay in power. That is the only way to do it, to cheat. Because nobody really is going to believe that the majority of Americans are okay with having corrupted politicians in office. They try to blame those who are actually fighting for the better of our country. It is so pathetic the way that they try to fight. They think that we're retarded like they are, but they are very low IQ people that think that they have brains, but they really don't. We got to hit them upside the head and maybe we can knock some sense into them.
With small business owners yesterday, hitting them on this election fiasco. Today, a Latino small business restaurant. We're not going to stop. It's going to be relentless because we got to save California. But the other point that everyone makes, I hear all the time from the media here, they say, oh, how are you going to win in California? You're endorsed by President Trump. And of course, the vice president endorsed me as well on the day of the election. I always say, I'm proud to have the president's endorsement. It's going to be incredible to have a governor of California who wants to work with the president and his team to get common sense things to happen here in our state, like expanding energy and managing our forests and fighting fraud in the Medicare system and all that kind of stuff. But more than that, they seem to forget more people voted for President Trump in California than any other state. 6.1 million people in 2024. That's more than enough to elect me governor this year. And so I just think all the pundits, especially all the arrogant kind of ruling elite here in California, they've got it completely wrong. They don't know what's about to hit them. And I'm very confident we can pull this off in November this year.
So one final thing, I know you're 100% focused on winning California, and that's where your entire focus is. But you're also a very smart political analyst. How important is it for Republicans running across the country for you to be on that ballot and having the debates that only you will be bringing to Javier Becerra in that general election?
Oh, it's going to be huge because we're going to prosecute the case against Democrat policies and ideas and governance. And actually, there's a national implication. We've got House seats in California that Gavin Newsom thought he had rigged with his redistricting scheme last year. Actually, if we have a really strong showing in the governor's race, that lifts up all the other Republican candidates. We've got voter ID on the ballot here in November. So combination of voter ID, strong campaign from me, we can win some House seats in California that'll help, of course, the president and everyone else in Washington.
Steve, we got...
What do you see that it seems to be a pattern? The cheaters want no ID. The cheaters just want anybody to go out there and say, I'm Dennis Herrera. Are you lying? No. Okay, Dennis Herrera here. Vote. The cheaters don't want to have IDs that shows the status that they're American citizens. Why? But the ones that are being accused of cheating from the Democratic side, that are accusing Republicans of cheaters, wait, we are the ones that want IDs that prove citizenship? What kind of common sense do you have? How does that brain of yours work? Does it work? Do you have a brain is the question. How the hell? Tell me. Go ahead, Yeast. Go ahead and tell me. You give me an answer to that, and I will give you the floor. Tell me, why do Democrats not want to have people prove that they're American citizens? And why do Republicans want Americans to prove their citizenship to vote? Go ahead. Give me some insight. Anybody, any of you of the Liptar side that is visiting this channel today, give me some common sense knowledge, some wisdom. Allow me to understand why you're so retarded. Go ahead, tell me. Why would a cheater ask for proof so that there is no cheating? Answer that question. I guarantee you, you're not going to answer. And I have one just as difficult. What is a woman? Tell me, what is a woman? You know, it's funny. I've had people come onto my show and have told me that it is a racist to ask for ID to vote. The burden, the financial burden to get an ID, oh my God, it's like $10 to $150. Shut the hell up, you weaklings. Illegal immigrants pay tens of thousands of dollars to be able to come to this country. They travel thousands of miles to come to this country because they think that this is the best country in the world. And you libtards, you weak-ass Americans, fake-ass Americans, I will say, can't even get a damn ID. Can't even get a damn birth certificate. The truth is, here's the truth. There's two types of people on the left. One of them are the racist people. The racist white people who believe that the black man is so ignorant, so weak, they still see them as not full humans. They believe they're so inferior, that there's such an ignorant culture or people that they can't even get a damn ID. That's the white racist people. And the other kind of people is illegal immigrants who are not citizens and lie about it. Lie about being citizens. That's it. Two kinds of people. All right, let me see if anybody answered my question on the chat. Let's see. If you don't know what a woman is, then you are the problem. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody. What is socialism? Shut the hell up, Julius. Don't ask stupid questions. Yes, there are stupid questions. Go Google that shit if you want some definitions. That's right, Connor. That's right. Host sounds Mexicans. What the fuck is the beef here? Shut up, Yeast. Answer the damn question. That's what I want you to answer. Why do cheaters ask for ID so that there's no cheating? And those who go and fight for democracy actually don't want ID and want to allow illegal immigrants to vote. Answer the question. Now, if you're here to waste my time, I will boot you. I will boot your racist ass out of my channel. Go on and say something. Answer the question. Otherwise, I know you're not serious. You're just a troll. And, well, I don't have patience for trolls. We'll get rid of Mr. Hilton. Oh, I want to listen to this one. I haven't listened to this one. This is actually Dave Rubin, one of my favorite podcast guys. We actually think alike, except he's gay. I'm not. Go ahead, Yeast. Sound like a yeast infection to me. But go ahead, Yeast. Answer that question or you are out of here. I'll give you the 10-second delay on the chat. There is no logical answer to that question, says Evil Nightmare. What is a woman? Is that the one? What is the woman, or why do cheaters want to have ID to stop cheating? Stewie girl, how are you, mama? Let's see. All right, get the hell out of here, bro. We don't need you. We don't need your ass. We don't need you. All right, we'll give you a 30-minute timeout. Get the hell out of my channel. All right, come on, somebody. Put it on the chat. Put it on the chat. Why would cheaters ask for ID so that they get caught. How's that? Is that better? Evil nightmare. Go ahead. Now, come on. Somebody put an answer. Listen. It's very obvious, right? A cheater will not tell you ways to stop him from cheating. That's the stupidest thing that you can do. But a cheater is going to deny that cheating exists. And he's going to say to just forget about it. Here's the thing. People, it's so weird to me that people who are against racism support a racist party. It's beyond me. In Massachusetts, I show no ID to vote. So if you're not a citizen, how do they know that you're a citizen? If you show no ID, how do they know that you are you? Do you know why you have ID? Why there has to be a documentation? Because fraud happens all the time. So why is it important to have verification, ID, birth certificate? If you have an ID or a license, supposedly, which it hasn't happened, that's why we got to change the rules a little bit. If you have documentation and you go get an ID, first of all, here in Washington State, if you're illegal or just temporary on a visa and you are not a resident or a citizen, you cannot get a license or an ID. You just can't. Now, people can lie and get away with it. It's supposed to be punished by federal government, and they do. But when they do, the Democrat says, oh, my God, it's so racist. It's racist. It's so retarded. I'm going to tell you something, man. If you talk about immigration with me, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. 100%, I guarantee you, you will lose if you bring up immigration with me. I will destroy you if you bring immigration with me. I'm just telling you right now, I will destroy you. You will even forget your name. That's how bad you get destroyed. But if you want to talk about anything, just give me a reason, give me some common sense comment that allows me to think in a different manner. But after so many decades of experience in this country, watching libtards and this country being destroyed from within by our enemies, I can no longer stay on the sidelines, and that's why we started this podcast. That's why you're watching the Dennis Herrera Show, and I am Dennis Herrera. And I got an American passport to prove it. By the way, I'm not a billionaire, but I did get a tax cut, and I did get some benefits from the big, beautiful bill. Regardless of what these lying-ass fake Democrats tell you, the big, beautiful bill benefited the American people, and it destroyed a lot of illegal fraudsters taking advantage and mooching of the government. That is something that belongs to the American people, not to illegal immigrants. Let's be clear about that. Hey, if I can get a passport, you can get a passport. Doggone it, if you can manage to go get a job, mustered to save $130, $150 to get a passport, you are a loser. What a loser. How about you stop buying steak for a few weeks? Save some money and go do your citizen duty and get a damn passport. Go get another birth certificate. Go prove that you are who you are. Stop making excuses. I need to go get a new passport because this one doesn't have President Trump on it. I got to go get a new passport with President Trump's face on it. Oh, yeah, baby. Whew, it's hot in here. I must fan myself with an American passport. You know what's so good about being legal in this country? You don't have to worry about ICE. As much as these losers on the fake Democratic Party want to come in here and say that ICE is going to get me, they're so retarded. I support ICE 100%. I wish they would. I'll be recording the whole time. Hey, here's proof. They think I'm not a citizen because of my accent. Well, hey, here's my passport, sir. Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. You left the country quite a few times. Oh. Yeah, there is a stamp. Yeah. In, out. In and out. Yeah. Out the country. Yeah. Back in the country. Yeah. Out, in. Oops. Yes, sir. Dennis, you are an American citizen. I apologize for the inconvenience. Nope. Allow me to please buy you some lunch, ICE agents. You guys are phenomenal. You got my support 100%. Listen, I understand. We have just been invaded, a mass invasion from all over the world with illegal immigrants. So I understand that the least that I can do as an American citizen is to cooperate and show them that I'm an American. How about that? Now, with the rule that Governor DeSantis is actually doing in in Florida, to be honest, I don't know why this is not a thing. I really don't know why. As I said, in Honduras, you can only get an ID to vote in Honduras if you have a birth certificate that you are Honduran. That's it. If you don't have that, you don't get an ID from Honduras. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. And that's a third world shithole country. It's a third world shithole country, but it's my third world shithole country, and I love it. To me, it's not a shithole country, but to most, it is a shithole country that I love very, very much. You guys know this. Brian knows, Robert knows, my man knows. All of my Patriot brothers and sisters know that I love Honduras, but the United States of America, bang, it's number one. Always will be number one. All of my kids are American. Not one of them was made illegally. Not one day have I been illegal in this country. I've had family that were illegal in this country at some point who are not anymore, but I am very proud. I'm proud to be an American where at least I know I'm free. And you know what? And I don't have to watch out for ICE. If I get pulled over by a police officer, yes, sir. Here's my license. Here's insurance. Registration. Yes, sir. What? No, sir, that's illegal. You can't do it. Well, you know what? Cooperate. Take them to court. Fight it legally. When you got nothing to hide, you got nothing to lose, and everything to win. So don't play the victimhood card with me. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I believe that my license should say American citizen, permanent resident. My license, my ID should say my status. And I don't know. Again, I don't know why it's not a thing. But Ron DeSantis is right on the money. It should say. Do you know why illegals can't get a license in this country? Even if they were here legally, they get a maximum of 3 months to stay in this country legally. And that's why they don't get a license. They got to have a license from their country. That's fine. They can still drive and rent a car, etc. But they don't get a license. They don't get an ID. That belongs to permanent residents or American citizens. And every ID and license should have permanent resident or American citizen. And when you go vote, bam! You know what I'm saying? Easy. Easy peasy. There's nothing racist about it. There is no Jim Crow 2.0. Shut the hell up. You don't even know what the hell that means. You got this activist mentality because you just like the attention. But in reality, you don't give a shit about this country. Guys, what can I say? we are going to continue to speak the truth as long as we can. And these retards are never going to agree with us. But I still believe that there's many Democrats out there, many American citizens, who do give a damn about what happens to this country and its future. And before we get to the next talking point, which is Iran, let's go ahead and listen to this interview here with David Rubin, one of my favorite gay guys for Trump.
She's a Democratic strategist and Fox News contributor. And Dave Rubin, host of the Rubin Report. He left L.A. to move to Florida. Great to have both of you with us. Let me just play a bit of sound here. This first is from Jimmy Kimmel. He is really worked up about the potential of Spencer Pratt being the mayor of Los Angeles. And then right after that, you're going to hear Jim Messina, who is a very well-known advisor to the former President Obama back then. Watch.
The polling shows that he's in a very tight race with Karen Bass and Nithya Raman. How that is possible, I have no idea. Literally, anyone from the cast of The Hills would be a better mayor than Spencer Pratt.
If you look at Spencer Pratt's social media, Willie, it's the best I've ever seen. I'm not saying he would be a good mayor. I'm not saying he's a great candidate, but he's really taken over this race with some really inventive AI outreach that I think all campaigns on both sides of the aisle can learn from.
Very interesting. You see Mr. Kimmel very upset about Spencer Pratt and the attention that he's getting. And you hear Jim Messina say he's one of the best campaigners he's seen in a really long time. Leslie, what's your take on where this is going?
I do think he's a great campaigner, and I do think it's sad that he uses AI instead of the thousands of out-of-work actors here in Los Angeles that he wants to be mayor of. Where I see it going, Martha, is where I see any election going, whether I live here like I do in Los Angeles, and I will be going to vote like Caitlin in person. I'm old school. I like that. For the mayor and for the governor of our state. You know, here's the reality. We can show clips of videos, but homelessness has decreased 7.8% here in Los Angeles. Interesting that, you know, my buddy here has left LA to go to Miami where it's almost 4% increase. But in addition to that, you just have to look at the numbers.
The numbers are not even comparable, Leslie. I got to jump in. I'm sorry. That is an absolutely inaccurate comparison. Leslie, wait, hold on, guys. Hold on.
Are we looking at election numbers? When I say that,
Leslie,
if you look at the election numbers, you have more than double the Democrats that are voting than Republicans.
Okay,
Karen Bass will be
hold
mayor.
On. We're going to talk about homelessness for 1 second, Leslie. Give me a break here, okay?
Spencer Pratt might as well.
Leslie, Dave, just wait 1 second. I'm going to put some numbers up, folks, because I want you to see actual numbers, okay? This is Karen Bass's program, Inside Safe Homeless, okay? It cost taxpayers in Los Angeles $391 million to get people off the street. They put 1,537 people into housing at a cost of $200,000 per person. That is not an effective homelessness reduction program. It is extraordinarily expensive, and it doesn't appear to be working, Dave.
It's a good business for corrupted politicians. That's what that is. You really think that these homeless people got that money? Hell no. No. This is why Democrats like homeless issues, because they are banking a lot of money on it. Believe me, there is a lot of facts out there. Go find out. Go do your research. Don't just come over here and mooch of my free information. Get your own research done.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even comment with a straight face on the comment about homeless in Miami, where we have barely any homeless, and the amount of money and infrastructure that's being built here and the flourishing of the Florida economy and all that. So let's put that aside for a second. But I would say to Jimmy Kimmel, you know, it's interesting. His show is shot on Hollywood Boulevard. I know he has a lot of security guards to get in there, and you have to show an ID to be in the audience and everything else. But maybe Jimmy wants to walk outside onto Hollywood Boulevard, where I was a week ago, and see the amount of homeless people and meth addicts and fentanyl addicts everywhere, absolutely everywhere. That I'm not being hyperbolic or over the top. Everyone knows, and that's why you mentioned, Martha, Spencer Pratt's comment, look around. That's all this election should be. Look around, and if you are rich and you live up in the Hollywood Hills and you think eventually it won't get up there, it will. subtle, but it has taken over Hollywood. It has taken over huge swaths of that city. And it's not just, we can have sympathy for drug addicts and homeless people and everything else, which does get lost sometime in this. But when you put these people out on the streets, then stores start closing. It's not safe for parents to take kids out. They start hanging out in parks and everywhere else. So it's the urban decay that is happening absolutely everywhere. Leslie, I do hope you'll be voting for Spencer Pratt. I'm not a Los Angelino, but you are, and I'd like you to be able to walk around safely.
Do you think, what is, Leslie, I got to be quick, and I know I jumped in on
No,
you
you
before,
think
so I
it's
want to give
working
Leslie,
there?
I want to give Leslie a chance to
you
respond
both jumped
quickly
in on
here.
me, but that's okay.
Leslie, is there anything compassionate about letting people sleep in dirty streets and do drugs?
No, it's not compassionate. I'm glad you brought that up, Martha, because this is about, look, to me, it's not about Democrat or Republican. I live here. I agree. Homelessness is an issue, but so is affordability, and so is reality. And the
Who's in
solution, the reason
charge?
I am not
Democrats.
voting for Spencer Pratt is
Wait a minute. See, that's the thing. That is the thing. They know what the problem is. Now, I haven't listened to this clip. They know what the problem is. But they keep voting these people in. That's what I don't understand. It's like, yes, there is a homeless problem. There's an economic problem. But who has been in charge this whole time? Your dumb-ass fake Democrats that you keep voting in for. Why are you laughing that Republicans are losing? You acknowledge there is a problem and you continue to vote these people in, and then you laugh because you're winning. Are you really winning? What the hell do you want out of society? How the hell do you want to help people when you enable them to continue to stay drug addicts, continue to be homeless, continue to be sensitive and politically correct, and don't fix the problem? How is it that you can be that stupid? This lady is so stupid. She has all this information. She lives there. She knows it's a problem. Well, who the hell are you voting for? Why are you laughing, rooting for Democrats to continue to win elections? They are the problem. So why the hell are you laughing and smiling about it? It's so retarded. Man, I hope David says something.
not because he used to. May I finish? The reason that I'm not voting for him is not because he's a former reality star, doesn't have experience to run the second largest city in the nation. It's because of his solutions.
Ronald Reagan, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the list goes on. I got to leave it there because I've got a hard break, and I know you guys won't know what that means. I'm going to cut you off. Thank you, guys. Please come back. We'll see where it goes tomorrow.
I wish you would have let him talk. David should have talked something. He should have said something more. Man, I'll tell you, man, I don't know about these people. But I'm going to say this. Our enemies know what the problem here is. And while I believe that there is good people and bad people on both sides of the aisle, I believe there was a time where low IQ people who have had no best interest for the community, for the American citizens, for the well-being of this country. There was somebody else with common sense, higher IQ, bringing up the issues and bringing up solutions. You're going to hear a lot of people in Congress who have been in Congress for decades, in the Senate for decades. They are career politicians. And you're going to hear from the Democratic Party, oh, affordability is such a problem. Bitch, it's been a problem. It's been a problem before Trump was in office. It's been a problem for decades, thanks to you. The only thing that hasn't changed, it's not us. We've been taxed like a motherfucker. We've been taxed like beyond. The one thing that hasn't changed is the corrupted people in office. We've made money. We have collected taxes. We have done everything that we can possibly do as a society, as a people. But the one thing, everything has changed. Political views. Some people defend Obama with the Iran nuclear deal, blaming President Trump for getting rid of the disastrous deal that we made with Iran. And what did Obama do? They don't talk about this one. But what did Obama do? He made a deal with Iran, gave them money, supported the terrorist groups, and denied their help that the Qatar, the Middle East people, the Arab countries were asking for to avoid conflict, to have peace in the Middle East. Obama said no. But they don't talk about that part. They like to talk about just the negative things that fits their narrative. Let's be clear. If Barack Obama would have had the balls, which I think he had little ones, but he had some balls, the truth is he's not Christian. He's a Muslim. I don't care what people say. He supported Iran. I don't care what he says. He might have gone and asked some problems. He might have bombed some countries. But that's people that don't agree with him. Obama lied. And the dumbass people think that he was the greatest president in the world. He was garbage. All he did was multiply division, multiply and resurrected racism in this country. You got to pay attention, man. If you haven't been paying attention all these decades, bro, you got no say. You need to go do some more research. Oh, man. Anyway, listen, I'm going to ignore the stupidity on the chat. These retards, they're lost. They are the reason why our country is being attacked and being weakened. But we love the United States of America, and we're going to continue to stay on track. So we're going to focus on facts, on the truth. And the truth is that Iran's Muslim terrorist regime needs to be destroyed. 100% destroyed. I hope President Trump surprises me. I want the Trump that says, I will bomb the shit out of them. That's what I want. I want to see Trump go and get rid of them forever. Call it a genocide. I don't give a shit. There is the majority, over 80% of Iranian people who are on our side. So it won't be genocide. 45,000 innocent people in Iran were killed by their own government. I find this very interesting. Listen to this. Now, the moronic socialist libtard Democrats, they love to say this. Ready? Here we go. Watch this. They say, hey, we don't care about Iran killing their own people. We care about America first. Okay, I'm just going to give them a chance to talk. And then as they talk, and I say, okay, well, so what's the problem with what Trump is doing? Oh, well, we killed 160 children in the school. Wait a minute. I thought you didn't give a shit about people from other countries dying. You didn't give a shit about 45,000 people dying, but you care about the 160 in the school or whatever the number was? What do you care about? See, don't be a hypocrite. Don't be stupid when you do your rationality and it doesn't fit. Don't do that. What's the point of having a debate or a talk with people like that? No brains, low IQ. It's like they think that I'm not going to catch what they say. Richards, thank you for stopping by, bro. We'll see you on the next one. Peace out. Anywho, I know that the left wants to make it look like Trump is the evil guy here. I'm going to tell you something. The reason why I don't like to debate with these libtards is for two reasons. One of them, it's their mentality, their mind has been made up to never change it. And two, it's very annoying. It's very annoying to show facts and tell the truth, and then people just say lies, 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 fudge. That pisses me off. Like, we're watching it together. It's happening live. Look, that guy just ran that guy over. Lies. What the? We just saw it. What are you talking about? We just saw it. I hate that. I thought you wanted to talk. But they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk. They just want to spew bullshit out there. Listen, this is the only reason why I am going to apologize. I am going to apologize because mental health is a real problem, okay? Hey, Mr. Reed, how are you, sir? Good to see you on here. Mental health is a real problem, and so I apologize because, well, you don't have common sense. You don't have common sense. You don't have any critical thinking abilities. I listen to these people on the left, and they talk up a storm. They have all this knowledge, but they have no wisdom. It's like they'll come at you, and they'll be like, hey, look, I got a 500 pieces puzzle. Yeah, right here. 500 pieces. It's a beautiful picture. It's a fact. It's a beautiful picture. And I'm like, yeah, it is. But don't you have to put it together? Yeah, I have all these pieces here. But I don't know how to put it together. That's Democrats. They're retards. I apologize. That was not right. I am so sorry. I apologize, man. I apologize to retards. Listen, I apologize to people that really do have mental health problems. I don't know you. I don't know who you are. Obviously, the ones that are retarded make comments on my chat proving my points. But the fact is, people, on both sides of the aisle, okay, whether you're Republican or Democrat, the fact is, as hard as it is, I don't have the patience, but we must try to get patience. Listen, I truly feel sorry for these people. I really do. But I don't feel sorry because they're less than we are. I feel sorry because it's not their fault. It's a brain problem. It's a very low IQ, but it's a brain problem. Most likely, these people would just be laborers. You know what I'm saying? They would just be laborers. They will never be a good business person. They will never bring anything good to society. They will always be dependent on the government. They will always be dependent on EBT. You have to understand something. I'm not meaning to degrade or condescend or insult people who are literally disabled. Listen, if I went disabled, I couldn't walk and I couldn't do this, I'm going to need some disability. I mean, that's what we work for. That's what the American people taxes supposed to go for, to help those who need help. And so I do apologize because I get a lot of retards into my channel. And if you ever watch Jubilee, well, you'll find them. You'll find them. Just go look for the ones that says, oh, one conservative against 20 Democrats or socialists, liberals. They're all the same retarded. They have all this information, but they don't know what to do with it. They think they do, but they don't. Like, for example, when Obama was president, I was living in California. Depression hit here in the States. Who remembers that? Who remembers that we had a depression during Obama? Okay. Inflation went up. Okay. Prices went up. Gas was as high as it is today. Well, maybe not as high, but pretty damn close. And we thought, this is effed up. I don't like it. But we knew that it's something that happens. And we always expect it to get better. But that happened under Obama. You see, I had this problem in my life during Obama. I was paying child support. By the way, not my fault, the other party's fault. But anywho, I'm paying child support. I am working full time. But I can't afford health care. It's too expensive. So I try to get the affordable Obamacare. I couldn't afford that shit. It was even worse. So forgive me if I don't give a shit that Democrats today say, oh my God, it's Trump's fault. Oh, the affordable. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Because I was homeless thanks to you fucking Democrats. We have a problem in the system. I get it. But you are stupid to continue to vote for the same people that make the problem. Unbelievable. The courts are corrupted. The legislative branch is corrupted. The judicial branch is corrupted. The executive branch is corrupted. Everybody is corrupted. So what do we got to do? We got to stop voting for the ones who are destroying our country. And let me tell you something. Biden's inflation went up to 9-point-something%. It was pretty high. Every Democrat politician was saying, hey, the economy is so great. This is why things are getting more expensive. Oh, but now that we're doing this thing with Iran and the prices are up, which are still lower than what it was under Biden, now all of a sudden there is a problem. Oh my God. Shut up. Biden. Oh, we have inherited this from Trump. Shut up. You guys denied the health care that Trump tried to pass in his first term. You guys denied the immigration reform that Trump tried to pass. You guys denied a bill that would have saved billions of dollars for the American people simply because you didn't want Trump to look good. Nobody on the Democratic Party has done anything to lower pharma prices, prescription drugs. Nobody's giving a shit. You know why? Because they're making money. They're making billionaires more money. Pfizer, all this COVID-19 vaccination, they made billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on the stupidity of the American people and the rest of the retards in the world. Forcing us to shut down the country. Forcing us to lose good policemen, soldiers. Forcing us, taking away our jobs because we don't want to take the jab. Well. Biden takes millions of jobs away by shutting down the government in the country. And then when he opens it back up, millions of jobs are created? Shut the hell up. They didn't create shit. They just gave you back what they took from you. That's all they did. They stole your jobs and then just gave them back and tell you they created it for you. These are facts. They made hundreds of billions of dollars. Let me tell you how filthy rich these corporations got. There's this country, oh my gosh. What country was Pfizer founded on? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. No. Hold on, I'll find it. What is that country? What did Pfizer go to? I know Pfizer says it's an American multinational pharmaceutical and biotechnology corporation headquartered in New York City, founded in 1849 by German immigrants. Well, the company operates globally with major manufacturers research. There is an Asian country. Can somebody put it on the chat if you know it? Let's see. What is that Asian country? Man, I'm trying to find it. I can't find it, but I know it's an Asian country. Asian or Australian? Oh my God, what country was it? Listen, the point, Singapore, thank you. Fudge, man, how come this one didn't find it? Golly, man. Yes, Pfizer has a major long-standing presence in Singapore. Listen, there was a tariff that we removed, that there was a deal that we made with Singapore because they were having some economical problems. So the United States of America has taken a burden, right? And Pfizer's economy has gone so good, especially during the COVID era. This is what I remember. Pfizer made hundreds of billions of dollars. The people didn't make shit. But the billionaires did. And Democrats supported. They still do support the billionaires as long as they are on their pockets. That's a big difference. So that's why Trump put a tariff on them, because now their economy is okay, it's good. They are not in need of the United States of America so much help. By the way, I still believe that we should pull out of NATO. But that's one of the small examples that I can give you. Democrats and a lot of rhinos have benefited from pharmaceuticals, from big pharma. They have made hundreds of thousands of dollars, some millions. Well, I believe billionaires love Trump. So do I. And I'm not a billionaire, so shut the hell up. I find that every single time people want to blame Trump, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I've been seeing this shit for decades. President Trump gets 4 years. President Trump gets 4 years, but this shit's been going on for decades. So why are you blaming the guy that just got in? I couldn't afford gas under Barack Obama. We were still paying $1 something before Obama came in. $1 something. Here in Washington State. Even under Trump's first term, gas didn't raise that high. It is funny to see hypocrites blaming Trump for unaffordability. Really? What the hell have you done to fix affordability? Huh? What the hell have you done? Because so far, all I can see is taxes being raised above and beyond what it should be. No, don't worry. Streamlabs is only warning. It's not blocking anybody anymore. It's just warnings. Streamlabs is not. It's not blocking comments. That's what it says. I need to be added as a mod. Brandon says he ran casinos into the ground. They print money. He's the only one that has done that. How dumb do you have to be to run into the ground? Let's take a look. How about $26 trillion unaccounted by Democrats? How about you tell me that and then come back to the stupid comment that you made? You know what? I'm going to tell you something. And this is true. He's not completely wrong. He's not completely wrong. We do print money. And let's be honest. Don't tell nobody. But I don't think we got the gold to back it up anymore. You know why? You know why we print money? Because the world thinks that we have money. He's not completely wrong. He's right about that. He's right about that. But anywho, bro, okay, you actually hit the nail on the head on that. we shouldn't be printing money just like that. You got a point on me on that one. That is correct, my friend. We shouldn't be printing money like, hey, man. No, he's right about that. But I think that we shouldn't have given $600 million in cash to Iran. That was stupid. I don't care if you think that was their money. And, here's the thing that I hear from Democrats. And again, it's like they think they're so smart, but they're really not that smart because they don't have no wisdom. They don't have no logic or common sense on the information that they carry in their little brains. There's a couple of young Democrat guys. They have podcasts. They're very popular with the socialist liberals and all progressives and shit and all this stuff. Let me tell you something. When I was in church, when I was what do you call that? I'm thinking in Spanish. Planting churches. I was a church planter. The easiest way to grow a church is to accept corruption in all levels. Then your church grows so fast and becomes a mega church. But the churches where they preach the truth, very small churches. Very small churches. That's why conservative channels, such as myself. Now, I'm not going to say I am better than most conservatives. I'm not going to say that. But, I mean, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say I'm better than all of these fools. But I will say this. I know a lie when I see one. And I can tell you this. If you blame Trump and the administration, and the only reason that you believe, so hard to say, that you believe that the unaffordability problem and the destruction of the United States of America, it's only happening because of Trump and the administration, you are retarded. You are retarded if that's what you think. I don't agree with Trump when he says that the problem is completely democratic. It's not. There's a lot of bad people on both parties. But I support Trump 100% right now. 100%. I believe that most Republicans are actually standing up for the well-being of American citizens. I sincerely see that. Yeah, thank you, Jason. Appreciate you, Jason Martin. Good to see you in here, brother. That is correct, my friend. You're right. Try to be a little bit more lenient with them, you know what I'm saying? Only because, damn, I look good today, you know what I'm saying? Just the black and gold and the 45, 47. Yeah. Happy Monday. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, baby. This is what we do, baby. This is what we do. Anywho, I think you are a moron, an ignorant fool, if you believe that the economy is bad right now because of Trump. Not once has any Democrat complained about taxes or regulations. Joe Biden, come on. Listen, Joe Biden has been a racist all of his life, but, bro, the guy wasn't there. And I think that's just his punishment in life. But the people that abused Joe Biden, I don't think they're any better. Even though Joe Biden was a horrible by factual history as a politician, I still feel bad for him. Yeah, it pisses me off, but I still feel bad for him. Chris Mizuno, you have been a pedophile all your life. I guarantee that. Making a comment like that tells me who you really are. You know, what's funny is, Grant Reed, sorry. Don Mitch say he accidentally put you in timeout. That's it. No more putting people in timeout. I'll get rid of them if I don't like them, okay? I'll get rid of them if I don't like them. I give you, oh, how come man? Oh, my goodness. I'll make you moderators, but that's just to save you. Well, not anymore because I don't have Streamlabs as a moderator, but all right. What would make me turn on Trump? Well, first of all, what I don't like is false accusations. Like when people come in and call me the same things that they call Trump. They call me the same thing, and I know that's not true. So I don't go on accusations. But if there was real proof that he was a pedophile, I wouldn't continue to support him. He would lose my support. This is why Democrats are pushing that false narrative. But it's false. It's fear-mongering. They're lying to people. I'm going to prove it to you that he's not a pedophile. Now, somebody came into my channel talking shit, but it's not true. Every single picture that Trump has with Epstein and other women, those women are not underage. They're adults. Trump likes women, not little girls. Now, you can make the argument if you're 80 years old and you marry a 50-year-old, oh my God, that's 30 years difference. Oh, what a pervert. Nah, shut up. Not the same. Not the same. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of 30-year-olds, Filipino 30-year-olds that go and marry 75-year-old men. Now, many of you will probably argue, what a pervert. Oh my God, he's 75. She's only 28. Well, let me ask you something. What benefit does he get from her? A young body. you know, a little sexy here and there. You know what I'm saying? A little more attention. He has fun. He's happy. And what benefit does that young woman get? Well, she don't have to be married to him for too long, does she? And she's going to inherit all his money if he has any. I can guarantee you that no young woman goes and bees with any old man because they're just so handsome and courageous. No. Most women want a reliable husband. Most women do want some benefit. They should have a benefit. There should be a benefit. I don't know if I don't think I would do that. Myself, I don't think I would do that. But I have no I have no hate in their game. He gets a benefit of having a young woman, not a minor, woman. And she has the benefit of being taken care of. If that's what she wants, that's what she gets. A lot of time, older men, they just want a companion. It's shitty when that companion goes and sleeps with everybody else in the neighborhood. That's a problem. I wouldn't tolerate that. But anywho, every single person that Trump has been with in any photos with Epstein or whatever, they have all been adults. And let's make it clear. Again, he was the whistleblower. Why is he mentioned in the files so many times? He was hated by Epstein. Let's get that real. Let's get that fact out of the way. He did not like Trump. He was pissed at Trump because he screwed him out of a real estate deal and kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. The guy didn't put up with that shit. That's why he's in the file. Thousands and hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of times is mentioned in there. But there hasn't been one factual allegation against President Trump. Well, you can call him a child. That's okay. You can call him a child, sure. But you guys support Democrats. So what's the... Don, thanks for the super. Love is love. Let the old man enjoy and save the young lady's life. There you go, baby. You know what I'm talking about. By the way, Don's wife, I know Don, don't get mad at me. Don's wife is a Filipina. She's a beautiful lady, but she's not a she's not a young woman. She's a grown woman. She's a beautiful Filipina, great mother, great wife. And that, my friend, is a blessing. Don Mitch, congratulations, man. I am glad that you are happy. She looks like a wonderful lady. I will meet her. I know I will. We got to get that barbecue going. You know what I'm saying? We'll see if my wife wants to come with. She doesn't really like to go out too much, but we'll see. We'll try to figure something out. You know what? Maybe next time I talk to you on the phone or when we meet, we'll talk about something else. Okay? But just remind me that I have a friend also with a Filipino wife. And, we'll probably find something to come together and, just have a good time and fellowship. So, yeah. Yes, and my wife is Polynesian, okay? She is Samoan. Strong woman. Man, I should have made all of my kids with that woman. I would have had a bunch of palomalus, man, on the football field, rugby, soccer. Man, my kids would have been beasts if I would have made all my kids with my Samoan wife, which, by the way, has the biggest heart. I love my wife so much. You know what? I'm going to take a moment here. I love and appreciate my wife so much. Every single ounce of her, I find so beautiful and attractive. I feel like a real man when I'm with my wife. I feel like I won the lottery with this woman. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of imperfections in both of us. obviously. You see me. But to me, it's just, she's perfect. She's perfect. She's very strong. My daughter's very strong. My son's very strong because of her. Not because of me. I'm a strong guy, but it's because of my wife. And I'm telling you, man, I love her so much. I've gone to so many trips, just because she doesn't want to go with me. But I've gone to so many trips out of the country. Some of you have seen me in some of those. But never once do I think about cheating on her. It just doesn't, bro, it just doesn't, I don't know what it is. Listen, not that there's no women that are out there that are attractive, but they're not attractive in the manner of, oh, I want to do something. You know what I mean? Like, no. I look, but, don't touch. As my wife says, don't touch. Just look, don't touch. So I get the permission from my wife, but I really mean it, man. And I make plans with her, and I tell her, I say, hey, listen, as long as I'm alive, use me. Use me to get what you need to get. I want you to have a home for you and the kids. When I die, what will make me feel accomplished is that I left a business for you guys to follow. That I left you a financially stable company, or at least have built the house and furnish it with you. Everything I do is for her and my kids. That's a fact. It's true. It's true. I'm a very blessed man, lucky man for a lot of you guys that use lucky. I use lucky too a lot, but I'm a very blessed man. And I am happy that God is giving me what He's giving me. And you know what? That's right, Tanya. Yeah, sometimes she tells me I don't deserve her. And I was like, babe, nah, don't say that. Don't say that. It's not quite the opposite. For those of you like this moron in here, Plantman Cheesehead, you don't know what my life has been like. But I've never been a bad father, ever. Yeah, maybe in some way I have been, I guess, but not by choice. Let's see. I prove him multiple times he's wrong, and he only blocks me like a beach. This guy. Guess what? Get the hell out of here. Get your ass in the corner for 30 minutes. I give the public what they want. Are you not entertained? These libtards, bro. They always make me laugh. Now, switching gears. We already talked about Iran. The Iranian regime deserves to be annihilated, gone, destroyed. No deal, no diplomacy. That doesn't work with these guys. They have sworn an oath to a fake God to destroy America and the infidels. They will never stop. They need to be destroyed. Now, if you are a Muslim or you know Muslims who are actually really are peaceful people, I'm sorry for you, but Islam is a fake religion. It's not a religion of a spirituality. It is a political movement meant to conquer and dominate over the weak. They don't respect women. They don't appreciate the lives of their children. They use them as bombs. That's it. They don't care. So if you're a Muslim who actually believes it's a spiritual thing, it's a fake religion. When it comes to real spirituality, it's a fake religion. Okay? Just so you know. And we love you, but we need to get rid of Muslims. And if you want to defend them, sure. Okay? You can have that. Now, let me tell you what a real religion is, Rick Van Putty. Why do I believe in Christianity? Well, for one, I'm very sensitive spiritually. Everything the Bible tells me, it shows me history of how bad we have been as humans. But it also has shown me the love and compassion that God had for us. As insignificant as we were, Adam and Eve, they could have lived forever. No pain, never tired, strong. But they disobeyed. Everything that has happened bad in this world is our fault, not God's. With that being said, if God, my God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, let me tell you something. If my God was as bad as you say it is, I wouldn't have to read that comment from you. You wouldn't be here. None of us would be here today to say something is good or to say something is bad. If what the lies of the devil that you believe were true, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Because God doesn't need my help to kill human lives. God doesn't need my help to destroy the world. It is a stupid take to believe that I need to do God's punishing for him. No. When I repent from my sins and I open my heart and my mind to God, you have to understand something. While we're in sin, God does not see us. But when we repent, when we call on the name of Jesus Christ, we are seeing. You understand? And when we are seeing, we can feel God's presence. And it doesn't matter if we're in pain. It doesn't matter if we're not healed. It doesn't matter if I die of cancer. It doesn't matter what my death is like. What matters is that I have a relationship with God. And the beautifulness of having a spiritual connection with God is that I can tell you that no punishment, as horrible as it would be in this earth, compares to the beautiful life that we will have in Jesus' name. See, we are taught to love each other as God loved us, as God loves us. Well, let's talk about that. What does God do to us when we're disobedient? What happens when we make a bad decision? What happens when I cause harm to others? And I'm not talking about correction or discipline. I'm talking about physical harm, hurting, shooting, etc. What happens? We get punished. So if I'm to love my neighbor as God loves me, I'm going to tell you, if I don't get along with my neighbor, but somebody came and tried to take his life, I will fight for him. I will not be a bystander and do nothing, because I have to love my neighbor. But if God was as bad as people say that he is, again, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you today. What's the difference between a fake spiritual religion and a real relationship and a spiritual life with God? The real, true, living God. I help others without expecting anything in return. But when I am blessed, I am very thankful, and I thank everybody who blesses me, but all the glory goes to God, for he is my God. We have, the 10 Commandments. Thank you, Reed. We have 10 Commandments. But it really is just broken down into two. One is to always remember to love God with all your heart and all your might and all your soul. And the second, just as great, he says. Look at the mercy of God. Love your neighbor as I love you. 10 Commandments. That was the law that was given to man. They couldn't do it. They couldn't keep it. Punishment was harsh. They couldn't do it. So Jesus comes to this world and gives us the best example. Love your neighbor as I love you. But don't forget to love God above all else. Muslims, Islam was created almost 6 centuries after Christ, after Christianity. Muslims are descendants of Abraham, descendants of Ishmael. All those Arabs and the Jews, they're all brothers and sisters. That's why they hate each other so much. But they all are sons of Abraham, and they all have a blessing. The difference with Islam is it is a sinful law that is only meant to submit everybody to their will, which they call him Allah, but that's not Jehovah. Don't get it twisted. That is not the God that called Abraham friend. That is the devil. So again, I say to you, Islam is a fake religion. Muhammad is a fake prophet, was never blessed by God. He was a pedophile who looked upon a 7-year-old little girl and thought, I want this woman. Pervert. He could have said, she's so beautiful. When she becomes of age, okay, I'll pass that. But that's not what he did. He married her. Disgusting. My God is an awesome God. And he reigns whether you like it or not. So I will say this, just to close this religious episode. You believe what you want to believe, and I will believe on the only true God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, the only begotten. And through his mercy, through his sacrifice on the cross, who died and resurrected on the 3rd day. But by changing, repenting of my evil ways, and accepting him as my Lord and Savior, I am one of God's children again. Make heaven great again. I apologize. I shouldn't have put that in my religious comments. But anyways, all glory and power goes to God, the creator of the heavens and the universe and everything in it. Bring it back down to the Democrats lying and the lies of the devil. We're going to touch up on something that I can't believe that this is still happening. But there was this kid named Carmelo. You guys may have heard of him. Carmelo stabbed a young white man. Let me put into perspective what I know. What I see of the situation that happened. It is said that there was a track meet. There was a tent, opposite players. They're not allowed, number one. Number two, there is a rule in school that you are not to bring any weapons. No guns, no knives, etc. In Texas, I guess it's a law that you can have a self-defense case, and, you know, as long as you're self-defense, you're fine. But this kid comes to the opposite side and a rival side, goes into their tent as if it was his, as if he was invited, which he wasn't, and it was not his. Starts trouble, and then threatens the person. Stabs him in the chest, stabs him right in the heart, and then claims self-defense. If you try to claim self-defense, if the only way that you can do that is if you fear for your life, right? If he feared for his life, he would have never been there in the first place. But he was. When he was told to leave, he should have left. He was not welcome. If he's fearing for his life, I don't know you, but I would just walk away from there because they're not trying to fight me. They're not trying to hurt me. So I would just walk away. Now, if it's somebody on the street and they're trying to cause harm to my wife or myself or the kids, they might get shot. But that's different. See, I'm not going in there looking for trouble. I'm staying away from trouble. It's a very different approach. So I thought this issue was finished, but apparently they're still talking about it. They are still talking about it. And the reason why I'm going to talk about it is because it's the same issue that criminals use to continue being criminals. Now, what pisses me off about this is that the father of the twin brother that was killed actually went to a press conference that the parents were having. And he forgave them. He felt bad because, you know, they're going through this hardship. But the truth is that his son is gone, never coming back. Their son took away his son's life. And yet he forgives them and feels their pain. The parents and their activist, criminal, by the way, representative, mocks him and demonizes him and tells him to get out. This nerve. Racist black people. Racist because they don't love themselves. Because they think they're ugly themselves. That's the only reason why somebody will self-hate themselves. They were violent, dishonest, and had a criminal the nerves to criminalize the very man that forgave the family for taking away his son. I thought the case was over. I thought he was in jail. I thought he had the death penalty. With that being said, I don't agree with anybody using the race card to get away with murder. In this case, is literally. Black people who go out and rob a grocery store at gunpoint, they're criminals. There's nothing racist about putting their ass in jail. But yet, this is what they do. Democrats are so good at fighting for criminals. For Pete's sakes, they put American citizens last and they try to defend a Salvadorian citizen, a gangbanger. Man, they actually flew down to El Salvador. Let's not forget about that. And I'm just like, unbelievable. Listen to the racist talk.
Built on a lie. You believe are built on a lie. It's okay. First degree premeditated murder. Capital punishment.
We're going to stand by ours regardless. This is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Wow, those were the chaotic scenes outside of a Texas courthouse this week during the murder trial of Carmelo Anthony. Hello, everyone. This is the second hour of the big weekend show. It is day 3 of the trial of Carmelo Anthony, and he's accused of first-degree murder for the deadly stabbing of fellow 17-year-old high school student Austin Metcalf. Now, the alleged murder occurred at a Texas high school track meet back in 2025. The defense team claims Anthony acted in self-defense, while the state rested its case just moments ago after calling 21 witnesses. We have team coverage with former NYPD Inspector and Attorney Paul Morrow standing by. But first, we go to Brooke Taylor live outside of that courthouse in McKinney, Texas. Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Tommy. Yeah, at the center of the prosecution's case right now are these students that were under the tent. They saw the stabbing and the moments leading up to it. More than 10 of these students and teammates testified in court yesterday and today. Now, many told jurors that they thought it was unusual that Carmelo Anthony, who went to a different school, was under their team's tent. The defense said that Anthony was sheltering from the rain and recognized someone there. Students testified that Austin Metcalf repeatedly asked Anthony to leave. Several recalled Anthony responding, "Touch me and find out." Now, jurors also heard that Metcalf made the first physical contact, but witnesses described it as minor. One called it a soft touch, another described it as a little push. They testified that moments later, Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The defense argues Anthony acted out of self-defense and fear. Now, one of the key witnesses today was a 17-year-old teammate of Metcalf's who was under the tent. He testified that Metcalf tried to avoid a fight, telling Anthony, quote, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." Now, jurors also heard from an 18-year-old witness today. This is important testimony because he knew both Anthony and Metcalf, and he was the student who Anthony was apparently saying hi to. He testified when Austin asked him to leave, quote, "Carmelo said you'll have to move me." Austin put his hand on his back. "I saw Carmelo's hand go in the backpack. We're at a track meet. I wouldn't expect anything to be in there," Carmelo said. "Touch me, you'll have to move me and find out," trying to provoke him. "Then what happens?" the prosecutor asked. He said Austin puts his hand on him and falls back. "How was Austin trying to move him?" the prosecutor asked. He responded, "It was him trying to move him off his seat, a soft shove." The prosecutor then said, "What did Austin do?" The witness replied, "I see the hole in his chest and blood." He starts screaming for help. Now, the state's last witness was a medical examiner. The prosecution showed 4 pictures of Metcalf. His family stepped outside the courtroom so that they didn't have to see that. Meanwhile, if convicted of murder, Anthony faces up to life behind bars. Tommy.
Brooke Taylor, thank you so much.
He should have the death penalty in my book.
Joining us now in studio to break down the latest developments in this trial is former NYPD Inspector and Attorney, our favorite, Paul Morrow. Paul, I could talk to you about this all day, but
yeah, he went looking for trouble. He shouldn't have been there in the first place. You fear for your life, and yet you run to them, and then you antagonize them, and you want to dare them to touch you. I mean, how fearful for your life are you that you have to go in? That doesn't make sense to me. I think in my opinion, either he has planned this for a long time, for some reason, to do this to him, or somebody actually dare him to do it. He might have been influenced by outside people, in my opinion, but I know that after getting to know his parents and how they reacted to a person that forgave their son for taking away their son's life, I'm telling you. Death penalty. I thought they had that in Texas. Their twin son is not coming back. This racist black young man and his family shouldn't have the privilege of freedom. Even the parents should be in jail.
I'm very excited to get your take on this. They got 21 witnesses. Right. You've got these witnesses we just heard from Brooke Taylor saying that if Austin Metcalf touched him, it was a soft shove saying, hey, get out of our tent. Then you have, of course, the stabbing that led to the death of Austin Metcalf. How do you break this down? And second question, how does race play into this? Because the folks outside really want to make this about race. I'm not so sure that factors in legally, though.
No, legally, of course, race shouldn't factor into it, but let's be honest, it's going to be a factor if anybody is so inclined in the jury to listen to people that are trying to foment that attitude outside the courtroom, and if they can hear the noise. We've seen that so often here in Lower Manhattan, and to ignore it is naive. Let's review the facts as we know them, right? Not the testimony, the facts. Number one, Carmelo Anthony is in the opposing team's tent for no good reason. Number two, he's armed with a knife. All right, those are not in dispute. Those are facts. Then we get the testimony. He's there. He's asked to leave. He doesn't want to leave. He says, touch me, you'll find out. According to the testimony, then Austin Metcalf puts a hand on him, gently shoves him, and then he reacts, reaches in, pulls out this knife. Why he had a knife at a track meet is going to be a big issue, I'm sure, going forward as we get to the defense and then, of course, the closing arguments. The action in this is going to come down to two areas. Number one, under Texas law, you can't provoke an incident and then claim self-defense. That's why I went into that recounting of the facts. He's in the tent, and then he won't leave, even after being asked numerous times. And he's from the opposing team, and supposedly they are strategizing how they're going to run the track meet, and so they want him out of the tent. And then the other thing is that your response, if you are threatened with force in Texas, is that your response has to be, quote unquote, reasonable. Even under the opening argument that his attorney made, which articulates the idea that Metcalf and his brother had sort of surrounded Carmelo, that doesn't, to me, rise to the level of pulling a knife and sticking it in somebody's chest. So I am hard-pressed here to see where they're going to go. They must have some really, really compelling witnesses on the defense side, because as of now, I don't see why they even went to trial.
Wow.
Paul, I find this case sad and disturbing, but also fascinating, because I have, if you've ever been in the state of Texas, at least until recently, I know constitutional carry is a different thing, but to get your carry license, you have to take classes on what the self-defense laws are in the state of Texas. I think every state should do it, but I think it's really educational. And you learn the Castle Doctrine. You learn why Texas is viewed as a state that allows you to defend yourself in situations even other states don't. Sure. But there are certain things that are consistent that you have to fear for your life, and there's, the opportunity or your property. So I want to, take all subjectivity out of this and look at this and say, okay, if I want Carmelo Anthony to get off on this charge, if I want to put myself in his shoes and make myself believe that he was justified under this more loose stand your ground law in Texas, I don't know how you get there. How does the defense get there?
To me, it's going to be a pretty steep climb. I think what you likely will have to get from them is some sort of articulation that he was in genuine fear for his life.
Exactly.
Because he had to reach for a knife, that's bad enough, but then he stabs Austin in the heart, right in the chest. I mean, any 5-year-old knows that's likely going to be fatal. Now, there is reporting from the police report that Carmelo's response was, he's not going to die. One of the cops says to him, if he dies, your life has changed significantly, kid. And he says, he's not going to die. He was actually kind of casual about it. I don't think he quite realized what he did. So maybe he's going to say, hey, look, I didn't mean to kill him. It's going to be some sort of intent issue here. But he also made other statements that I think are going to cut against him. Like, for instance, he didn't say he threatened my life. I was terrified. He said he put his hands on me. Yeah. That's all he said. That's not much of an articulation of fear.
Does that rate premeditation? If he says, touch me and you'll see what happens?
In this, premeditation is much debated in law. Yeah. Like there are instances where people say it can be literally a second or two. But in this case, it really doesn't matter. The way Texas law is constructed, you have capital murder. That is, if you are going to be put on death row. And that has a specific set of circumstances that are not present here. Killing a witness, multiple victims, killing a cop. Same thing in New York. But furthermore, he was 17 at the time of the crime. Even if he did qualify for the death penalty under the Supreme Court decision, he doesn't get it. So the most he's looking at is 99 years.
Paul, I want to ask you about the jury selection process. There was a report last week that there were 3 black jurors who were removed by the prosecution, and the defense objected to that, claiming that it was racially motivated. However, the prosecution came back and said no, it was because they were teachers. And at least one of them was on record apparently saying that he would have had a very difficult time voting to convict because Carmelo looked like just a kid. Give us your read on that.
Yeah, so you knew in this case, as we've seen in so many cases, that there was going to be a lot of scrutiny on the jurors, right? And in this case, you're 100% right. They had 3 female black teachers who were the only African Americans apparently in the jury pool that made it to that point. The prosecution used their exemption right to eliminate those 3. The defense objected. The judge sided with the prosecution. But you're 100% right to focus on that. Why? Because that is almost certainly going to be an area of appeal. And, you know, I've seen it speculated online. I don't know that they would be this cute by half because you're playing with a young man's life here. But I've seen speculation where people have said things like, did the defense game that out, knowing that they would like, because what the prosecution used to get rid of those 3 was not, well, they're black, you can't do that, you can't do it on the basis of race. They did it saying they're teachers, and this was a student, and for the reasons that you said, they'd have a hard time being objective. That carried the day. So is it possible that they're actually playing for that appeal? I'd be very surprised. I think that, as I said, that's too cute by half. But nonetheless, that is going to be an issue. The jury selection in this thing, of course, was crucial. I don't know the rest of the composition of the jury, but I do know that there are no other African Americans.
Well, I keep going back to the why question in terms of why would somebody bring a knife to a track meet in broad daylight. It reminds me of a certain parallel to a certain extent, Alex Preddy up in Minneapolis, where why would you bring a gun to an ice staging area when you provoked ice in the past and expect that something bad could not happen? So will that be coming into play as well in terms of why, not premeditated so much, but why have a knife on you in the first place where you're not going out at night somewhere in a dangerous area? You're in Frisco, Texas, which is a very affluent town, one of the fastest growing cities in the country. The why keeps coming back to me.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's going to go to the idea that, first of all, he was in violation of the school rules themselves. The school apparently has a very strict rule about bringing any weapons onto school grounds. So he did that at the opposing school, and then he brings that weapon into the tent. And I think that's going to go very strongly when the prosecutor buttons up his argument at closing that, look, he has this knife on him, he's not supposed to have it. He goes across to the opposing team's tent, sits himself down, and won't leave even after multiple witnesses have now said he was told to leave. So, as I was saying here to Joey, the idea here that they're going to somehow or other conjure some circumstances where the stabbing to the chest under those circumstances is going to be somehow considered reasonable really feels like a steep climb to me. They must really have something loaded up. But you know what? There's a larger why. And that's the part that I think that Joey was talking about the whole thing being sad, too. This kid, Carmelo, had never been in trouble. He was a good student. Apparently, he had, worked out, so, he was a winner. And, why take the knife? Why go look in because from where I sit, the whole thing was pointless. It does feel like a provocation. It's the last thing this kid needed as he's ending his school years and going on.
So Carmelo's character matters here, then?
It feels that way.
Sure. Okay.
Maybe at least in sentencing. All right.
Well, I mean, regardless of if he was caught with a knife before, just because he has a clean record doesn't mean that he was a good kid. Obviously, he was courageous enough to stab somebody on the chest. And I find that the guy was very racist, just like his parents. They were just racist against white people. People that think that racism only has happened in white people, you guys might be just retarded. Racism happens on every ethnicity. A lot of people don't even like their own people. I'll tell you a story from Honduras. This is true. This is true. When you go to Honduras, there is at the Bay Islands, is a very touristic place. There is a place where there's a beach, a beautiful beach, by the way, and I can't wait to go back. But there is the local people, the black ladies over there, and most of the coastal women over in Honduras, they're black. And they're walking around and they're doing this massage and they're braiding hair and the whole thing, right, with the tourists. Okay, well, this black lady, she charged me $30 for 30 minutes. And that's a ripoff in Honduras specifically, right? And so I saw that she has a son. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to help out the family. You know, it's okay. I'll just lay down right here on the beach and everybody can see that this, you know, I'm not doing anything with this woman, right? So I laid down on the beach and, you know, bada bing, bada boom. I said, hey, you know what? Give me some time. Let me get you the cash. Let me go back to my room. I come back and boom, boom, boom. Give her the $30. Everything is fantastic. The next day, we come around and my brothers are laughing at me, right? My nephews. They're sons of my growing up brother. And so my nephews are laughing at me. They're like, oh, what an idiot. Oh, my God, I can't believe you paid $30 for 30 minutes, blah, 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 blah. They were right. I was dumb to give that, but I saw the son. I saw the need. I thought, you know, I got to bless them. I got to, you know, it's better than begging. They're working. And so here comes two other black girls. And then they go, watch this, watch. I bet you got ripped off. And they go, excuse me, ma'am, can we ask you a question? And so the two black girls come over, you know, they do the same thing that they do. They massage, etc., right? Hey, Sandra, I see you. How are you? Good to see you, sis. And so my nephews go, watch. Let's go ahead and ask. And so they ask them, and they say, hey, so how much is it? What's up, Teddy? And how much is it for a massage? And she's like, oh, it's $15 for 30 minutes. And they started laughing at me. They're like, I told you they ripped you off. And I said, wait a minute. I already knew that it was a little bit high, but I'm helping them out. And the black girls go, who was it? And she's like, I don't know, one of the black girls that was here. And true story. And the black girls look at us, and she says, oh, yeah, those black people, they're a bunch of scammers. And we look at them, and we're like, I'm so sorry. Ain't you black? True story. I laughed right there. And I told them, I said, wait a minute. You're saying that black people, you are black. So what the hell are you talking about? You know, but I know what she meant. But the fact is, now listen, they know it. They knew that those black people were scamming people. They just happened to be black. True story. I kid you not. That's 100% fact. Oh, man, I still till this day I think it's hella funny. Well, I looked at my nephews and I'm like, bro, this can't be real. I know she did not just say those black people. What do you mean, you people? Oh, boy. Woo! All right. Let's switch gears here. Here we go. Nobody wants to talk about the white boy that was killed in England and the UK by this, oh my God, these people piss me off. Nobody wants to talk about the white kid that got killed by an immigrant in the UK, claiming that he was being racist. Listen, man, somebody trying to be racist, calling you names, is no reason to get stabbed, okay? There's not a reason. And if you do it, you should know your ass should be in jail, okay? If somebody calls you a racist slur and you go and stab them, just know that the consequences are that you are going to spend the rest of your life in jail. If you kill somebody, it doesn't matter what they call your mama hoe. That doesn't matter. Your ass is going to jail. It's as simple as that. Here we go. Pratt falls to third after latest ballot count. Oh, boy. I'm going to tell you, man. California, you're doomed, man. California is doomed. I thought I was finished with this. But first, let's get the scoop. How unpopular is Trump?
The President of the United States, Donald John Trump, may be more hated in his home state of New York than the San Antonio Spurs. Because what are we talking about here? Let's take a look here. Trump's net approval rating in New York State. You know, you go back to January 2025, it was, not so great, but not so terrible. 5 points underwater. But look at where he's fallen to now. He is now 30 points underwater on the net approval rating in his home state of New York. A massive drop-off we have seen in his popularity in the Empire State.
And it's interesting, when you dig into some of these numbers, there were some groups, even in this very liberal state, that the president was doing well with.
Yeah, okay. You know, a lot of the people who might be getting screwed tonight, especially with that watch party getting canceled, are working class New Yorkers. And those are the voters who have turned most against the president of the United States. Okay, Trump's approval rating in New York State with incomes under 50,000. You know, back in January 2025, he was actually slightly above water, 1 point above water. But hey, 1 point above water is better than 1 point below water. But look at where he is now. A dramatic decline. My goodness gracious. Right down there into the Hudson River. He's now 36 points underwater, nearly a 40-point move against the president of the United States with working class New Yorkers, those with incomes
under $50,000. Now, here's the problem with that. These people are most likely on food stamps. Trump just came in to his second term. I mean, we're barely into 1.5 years. Not quite 1.5, but getting there. New York has been expensive for as long as I know. I can never think about moving to New York. For 2 decades ago, I thought about it. Hell no, it's so expensive. Everybody and their mama knows New York is hella expensive. Hella. And just because they've had their sanctuary city and allowed all these illegal immigrants to be in there, man, just, oh boy. No. I think the real news. You gotta. This is like buying something from Temu. You gotta pay attention to the writing. Trump's net approval in New York State with incomes under $50,000. Most likely, these are people on EBTs, on welfare, and they are being promised for free housing. Remember free buses? Even though they raised the price on them, the Democrats don't want to talk about it. But they raised the price on the buses, right? No free markets, even though they do have a free market out there somewhere. I want to see how long that stays open. And get ready for this. You ready? Something that you don't know about communism. But here we go. Let me get around at it. Having government-owned free stores. You know what that's going to do? Guess. Go on. Come on, guess. Guess what's going to happen when you do get a free grocery store? Guess what happens? Somebody put it in the chat. Let's see. Free market. Pay for the taxes. Yeah, Donnell, you're pretty close. You're pretty close. Guess what's going to happen? As a matter of fact, here we go. Listen, I want to put a disclaimer. I will not do this. But when I run for governor, because I will not do this if I run for governor a couple years here, in May 2028. If I have government-owned grocery stores, I am going to make a lot of money. A lot of money. You guys remember the fraud in Minnesota? Yeah. They thought they weren't going to get caught because they thought that Democrats were going to have office forever. But Joe Biden couldn't hide his decline. Kamala Harris definitely had no brains, and there was nobody to blow in order for her to keep moving up the ladder. I apologize about that. That ain't right. But anyway, so they thought that they were not going to get caught. So Democrats have been cheating and lying and then blaming the Republicans and Trump and everybody else and their mama that speaks the truth. I get it. But they said that they were feeding thousands of people And instead, what happened? What happened? Somebody say it. Put it on the chat. What happened? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Poof. Gone. If we have government free grocery stores, how much do you think of the tax dollars is going to be reported for it? Do you think somebody might fluctuate the cost of losing money? Yeah. I'm telling you right now, it's the best way to secure money. We call it laundry, money laundering. We're going to go ahead and say, hey, listen, it takes $1 million, right? It takes $1 million to run this grocery store. But we're going to go ahead and claim 20 million. Yeah, that's right. And they will find an excuse and a reason to get that money. So don't think that having this free grocery store, it's really going to be free. Let me reiterate and remind you that Mondani's agenda is to literally take your business away and sell it to whoever they want. They are literally going to take your apartment community, if you can afford to have good maintenance on it because of the high taxes and every tax that they charge you. They are literally going to take away your business. Well, where have we seen this before? Oh, that's right. Early 2000, Hugo Chavez. Oh, man, I love Venezuela. Venezuela is probably the best example for communism to be expressed on what's going on in New York. Hugo Chavez came upon this very big wealth because of the oil in Venezuela. You see, he promised free stuff to the people, just like Mondani did. 100%, identical. And then raised property taxes. And they raised the taxes, business taxes. They raised all these regulations on grocery stores. They demanded the grocery stores will pay more wages. Grocery stores had to raise the price. Instead of fixing the problem, this communist Hugo Chavez decided that he was going to regulate the price of products. And if they raised the price above that price, he was going to take over their business. And you know what happened? Grocery stores went out of business. Jewelry stores went out of business. A lot of stores in the malls and plazas and buildings were repossessed by Hugo Chavez and his Communist Party. Venezuela went from 90%, they went from 3% poverty level to 90%. Communism. Zoran Mondani is a communist. Eventually, people were losing their businesses, and the Venezuelan people started to lose their food. It's history. Go learn it. Oh, man, you're right. Yeah. There we go. Hey, thank you for staring at my lips. What a pervert. Why are you staring at my lips? Yeah, Seattle mayor. What a fucking joke. I'm telling you right now. Rush, bro, if I would have known, if I would have done this show 2 years ago, If I would have known that these two morons were running for mayor and that this clown with no work experience on anything, living off his mama's wealth, bruh, I would have ran for mayor myself. If I would have known. Doggone it. Oh, well. It's God's will, I guess. But anyways, I'm telling you, I keep trying to teach people the truth. But they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen. Now, for some of you guys have already heard me saying these things. I hate repeating myself, but there's always new libtards that come in here, and they still, for some reason, don't know shit about history. But anywho, that is exactly what Mondani's doing. So he's already making free grocery stores, right? Right. He's going to be reelected as mayor if he succeeds, which means that he's going to have a chance to launder more money to his terrorist allies. Because New York's, we said never forget about 9/11, but then the new generation of morons who are now eligible to vote, they don't know shit about 9/11. And they don't know shit that Muslims were doing to Americans. They don't know that Muslims were in the corners of New York saying death to America. And to kill an American citizen was going to get you 72 virgins up in heaven. And the police of New York standing there listening to this damn Muslim terrorist saying death to America could do nothing and say they're protected by the First Amendment right. What a bunch of horse shit. All right, I apologize for the outburst. Let's continue hearing this shit about Trump. How unpopular he is in New York. Well, of course. Mondani is lying to them with getting free shit. And you know what? The people that are making under $50,000 in New York, I can guarantee you. They believe everything Mondani says because they want to keep their EBT. It's that simple.
Under $50,000, and that is matching what we're seeing nationwide as well, and that is the President of the United States. Disproportionately, he is losing support among working class Americans, and he's disproportionately losing support among working class New Yorkers.
This is a pretty good number for January 25.
Yeah.
This isn't.
No.
It's dropped a lot.
One is good, one is really bad.
Okay, so New York's a big state with a lot of congressional districts, including a few swing races here. How are the congressional elections looking in this state?
Yeah, okay, so you go back 8 years ago, New York was a very bad place for Republicans in the midterm elections during Trump's first midterm election. You look at the generic ballot, in June of 2018, Democrats were ahead of it by 15 points in the Empire State. Look at where it is now. Democrats are even doing better than they were doing 8 years ago at this point. They were ahead by 19 points right now, and this 15-point, this led to a 3-seat loss for Republicans as Democrats went on to gain the majority. Now, there are not as many competitive races this time around, but Mike Lawler up in the Hudson Valley has to be looking at a number like this and has to be shivering, because it turns out what happens at the top of the ballot with Donald John Trump manages oftentimes to find its way to down ballot races. And I think Mike Lawler sees this and says, nah, I'm not so hot to trot. And you talk about the governor's race as well at the top of the ticket. This is another thing that may drain Republicans as well. Chance that Democrats win the 2026.
Guys, this is people that are making under $50,000. This is people on welfare that are making these polls.
Gov race, according to Kalshi, it was 74% back at the beginning of Trump's second term. Look at where it is now. Kathy Hochul, the Democrat, sky high, 91%. These are the types of numbers that really should make Republicans quite worried in Donald John Trump's home state.
Now tell me, how does Hochul doing all these things for illegal immigrants, making all of American citizens happy in New York? Make that make sense.
Where, as I said at the top, he may be the only thing that's more hated in New York than the San Antonio Spurs.
With us now, sports commentator Bomani Jones. He's the host of the Right Time with Bomani Jones podcast. Good to see you this morning. How do you think fans feel about this, having to arrive 2 hours before the game to get in because the president's going to be there?
Well, I think that's the part that will probably cause people more problems, regardless of who the person is, regardless of what the reason is, right? Like, you're going to need to get there early. On the bright side, I think that people who had tickets to this game would want to be there early. This is the most anticipated basketball game in this city in literally 56 years. So, I mean, people were going to be there probably as early as they could. It's just going to be an increased hassle and inconvenience.
I was in Connecticut, northern Connecticut yesterday, out on the streets, and people were yelling, "Go Knicks." Like out of nowhere, like out of context, they were concerned about that. It's a huge, huge deal around here. Bomani, I will say, though, that given how important this is to people, there are mixed feelings about the president being there and throwing that political element into it. I did speak to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about this. He is a native New Yorker. Listen to what he said.
I'm not sure it's going to be a good reception for him, but why does Donald Trump always have to ruin a good thing? Like literally, the Knicks haven't been in the NBA.
Wait, always? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Talking about Trump derangement syndrome right there. Why is he so mad? Why is Trump ruining everything that this guy likes? What the hell is he talking about?
Finals for 27 years. The city is trying to celebrate this. We've embraced this team, and this guy has to inject himself.
This guy is the damn president of the United States of America, Hakeem Dalabama Timutoy.
I mean, come on, seriously, give us a break. Why doesn't this guy just focus on trying to improve the quality of life of the American people? Because the Trump economy has been a disaster.
So what about the mixture or the injection, as he says, of politics into sports, Bomani?
No, this isn't about the injection of politics into sports. This is about the injection of Trump into sports. If this were just about any other president, I don't think it would go over the way that it would. This is specifically about this man whose relationship with his hometown is fraught, I think would be a fair thing to point out. But in this time,
The only man that has helped the minority community, the only rich man that has helped the black communities, really, that's the guy that the New Yorkers hate? No, it's not the New Yorkers. It's the illegal immigrants. The American New Yorkers, they love President Trump.
in this moment with this guy, ain't nobody really trying to hear this. Like, what was the most surprising thing about it to me is that Trump normally turns up at like college football games, places that for him are home games. This is not a home game no matter where he's from. This is an away game. I am surprised that this is something that he wants to do because he typically thrives on positive affirmation, and he ain't gonna get none of that on Madison Square Garden, like not a bit.
It's an interesting take. This is not a home game for the president, despite being from New York. Bomani Jones, great to see.
Not a home game for the president. He's the president, again, in the title, of the United States of America. This is his home. This is every American's home. Not illegal immigrants, American citizens. This is the whole country, every state. I get it. I know what home and away means. But this is the president of the United States of America. What a bunch of retard people we have in CNN. And Tyler, yeah, fraud needs caught everywhere. Yeah, well, let's go ahead and start with acknowledging that Democrats are fraudsters and scammers, and they are the only ones protecting it. Everybody else, it's helping out.
Thanks for sticking around.
With the New York Knicks about to host their first NBA Finals game since 1999, the city preparing for another historic moment, the first sitting US president to attend an NBA Finals game. CNN's Gloria Pazmino filed this report.
Well, it's going to look very different outside Madison Square Garden on Monday night, and that's because this area is going to be closed off to traffic and to pedestrians. So we're not going to see the usual scenes of celebration and fans gathering at the game that we have been seeing in the last few games. And that's because the watch party has officially been canceled. The reason for that is the presidential visit. Trump is expected to attend Monday night's game, and that means there's going to be intensive security protocols going into the event. For anyone who is attending this game, they're being asked to arrive at least 2 hours early. They will have to go through double layers of security, essentially airport-style security. So arrive early, arrive prepared, and just know that this area is going to be very hard to access unless you have tickets to attend the game. The fact that the watch party is canceled, surely a disappointment for a lot of fans, for a lot of Knicks fans who have been relying on the watch party to watch the games and attend the celebrations. Take a listen.
Personally, I think it's kind of a shame. I really would like it, because we've been waiting for this for like how long?
And, you know, a lot of people can't afford to get into the game. I'm one of those people. So I was actually looking forward to going to one of these watch parties.
This is a monumental day in New York City, and you're going to cancel it. It's all right. We're going to find a way, okay? If you guys know real New Yorkers, we're going to find a way.
And, you know, like he could say he's a native New Yorker, but he doesn't live here, and he's kind of pooped on us for a while. And, you know, so, like, I think this is our time, and he's distracting from our time.
We don't need that negativity. We need nothing but positive vibes.
That was so un-New York to clean that word up and say poop.
It was very nice of him
It
to
was
say,
very nice.
so that we could put it on television. But, you know, there is no area in New York like being outside of Madison Square Garden after a Knicks game, never mind a finals game. As you said, the atmosphere in the city for the past few days has been just electric. You know, people are so excited. I would even say that everyone is being a little bit nicer. We're all a little bit happier. We're being kinder to each other. But there was a lot of folks that I spoke to yesterday who were not so thrilled that the president's going to be in town for this one, because it's going to mean, you know, there's going to be this massive security presence. The watch party's been canceled for tonight, so people who cannot get into the garden can go to the watch party. There'll be other watch parties around the city, but I do think that, you know, it's going to be a very different kind of vibe inside the garden.
So are they really fans of the Knicks or just before the party? What gives a shit? Just go to the game. Go support the Knicks. Just because you can't afford it, you cheap-ass bastards. Go get a job. We'll go have a barbecue. Watch it on TV. Drink your own beer. Go get some Miller High Life. Go get some mental cools. You know what I'm saying? Actually, no, that's too expensive. Go get some mental basics. These people are so ghetto, bro. They're so ghetto. Oh, man, that's enough of CNN. I can only take so much of CNN. I can only take so much of CNN. Why don't we listen to the Seattle's far left eating their own? Mayor gets hammered on homelessness issues. This is from the channel of The Cho Show. He is he's one of the journalists for the Turning Point USA, but he is here from Seattle, Washington. Let's take a quick listen to this little report. Let's see what's going on here.
Thank you all so much. Okay, so we've got 15 minutes just to set that. One question only. Raise your hand and the mayor will call on you, just so it's not a cacophony over here, okay? I'll give call when it's time for last one, and you can email me for any other additional questions, any follow-up. Cool? All right, you got 15 minutes. Raise your hands.
Hi. So my question was, although this is a great thing, how can we really say that this is caring about homeless people when the police department is still in violation of the CBA by stopping CARE from going out and doing patrols, and lead diversions have dropped 42% over the last year?
Yeah, so we're working on making sure that we're making full use of our law enforcement assisted diversion program. So we're actually going to be ramping up our partnership with LEAD at 12th and Jackson, and so that's a very, very important approach, and we're really committed to making sure that the city is using LEAD effectively. And we're also doing a lot of work to improve how we're deploying our care department and others, service providers that do alternative response, because that is such an important part of our public safety. So we're working on improving all of that.
But how are you making?
I think we're just doing one. There's a lot of people here. Yeah.
Can you explain the model of transitional housing, how people will get into these units, how long they may stay before moving to a different form of shelter? And we talked a lot about services. What are the services that people can access here?
Yeah, sure. And also, I want to also encourage you that you can ask the service providers, who will have like a much more kind of fine-grained answers for you, basically. But this model of shelter is really about low barrier, high support. So we're talking about navigating people who may have been chronically homeless, right? Homeless for quite a long time, experiencing complex problems related to substance use disorder, mental illness, right? So that's who the shelter is designed for. And so we'll be moving, our service providers will be moving people in here from unsheltered homelessness. And then there's 24/7 staff support here, case management, connections with whatever services people need, whether that's behavioral health services, drug treatment services. So the idea is to really help people along their path to stability. And then, of course, we want people ultimately to be getting into permanent housing, right? And so that's a whole process as well, which, bigger picture, like, depends on the availability of housing units that can accommodate people. And, some people coming through here may need permanent supportive housing where they're going to need support for a very long time, right? Other people might be able to get themselves back on their feet, get a job, move into market rate housing at some point. So, everyone's coming into homelessness from different directions, and this is really designed to serve the people who are in some ways hardest to serve and get them onto a better path.
On that note, is there certain criteria for folks to get in here, or is it just first come, first serve? How does that work?
I think I'm going to probably defer to the service providers on that because there's a number of different paths into a shelter like this, and so I don't want to speak to the specific criteria. But again, it is designed to be low barrier, so we're not. We're trying to serve the people who are hardest to serve. And in terms of kind of geographically where people are coming from, in general, as we're opening up these big new shelters, we're trying to have a balance between making sure that we are serving the surrounding neighborhood, right? Because I think, the neighbors in these shelters are going to want to see that this is something which is helping the unsheltered homeless people that they're seeing in their own neighborhood. And then also being able to have a focus in some of the hot spots in the city where we know that we really need to address, high levels of unsheltered homelessness.
Is drug treatment something that will be required for those who need it, or is that just going to be a voluntary?
So again, the model here is low barrier, high support. So we are not requiring treatment for people entering this, and this is really an evidence-based model that we've seen be successful.
They are not requiring treatment. Let me just tell you what that means. People that come in here, they can do drugs in these little houses that they're giving them. They're drug houses. Rush, baby, you beat me. Yeah, they're drug sheds. That's what that means. Yeah, Rush, you're on top of it, sis. I see, that's my Washingtonian sister right there. She knows what's going on over here. I know I don't talk much about Washington, but everything that I know about Democrats really is born here in Washington State.
Successful. And so basically you're bringing people in knowing that the process of recovery is really complicated and difficult. And so we're not demanding that people be, abstinent when they enter this village, but there are going to be, there's kind of repeated efforts to kind of help people along.
Say it. They do drugs. Just say it. Say it. You hear what she said? They are free to do drugs. They're not there to rehabilitate. That's not what it's for. This is temporary housing, which, by the way, they can give a shit if they die or not. That is crazy.
Into treatment, so that treatment will always be available and encouraged.
Hi. So during your campaign trail, you were very critical of your predecessors' encampment removal and sweeps policy. But so far, the Unified Care Team's $30 million budget hasn't really been touched. Are you planning to divert any of that money to accelerating shelter use? And if not, why? Not, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, the idea behind opening shelters like this is this allows us to begin navigating people into shelter instead of just moving people around, right? And so we are going to need to have a conversation with our city council in the context of the upcoming budget process to figure out what is the best way moving forward to allocate funding to the Unified Care Team and make sure that we have enough for continuing the shelter expansion. So that will be a conversation with the council. Obviously, what I would like to do is be able to rapidly expand shelter to the point where we are consistently being able to move people into that shelter as opposed to having to move people around.
Okay, we had to explain it. What you don't, you see, you need to ask the right questions. What are the salaries for the people running these shelters? Find out.
When there's an obstruction or a safety hazard.
So following up on that, 30 people in the first quarter of 2025, 30, not people, I should say shelters and tents, were removed by Bruce Harrell, January, February, March of 2025. The number I just totaled for the same period this year is 202. That is 7 times the amount. How do you explain that? It's great that we have 50 shelters here, but over 300 people were just dispersed by your agency in the first 3 months of this year?
So we have essentially continued the operation of the Unified Care Team, although we are looking for ways and working with the members of the Unified Care Team for ways that we can adjust how they're operating to improve the outcomes for people sleeping outside. But we have continued the operation of that team in removing encampments when they're considered an obstruction to another use of public space, and or there are safety hazards that are impacting surrounding neighborhood and the people who are living there. So we have continued encampment removals, and again.
Now the public side, it looks like they show the public it's $24 an hour. That's not too bad. I mean, that's okay. $25 would be good. Seattle averages about 50,000 annually, but that's not the homeless shelter workers. See, homeless and social workers in Washington State average, okay, $50,000 to $59,000 a year. Okay, that's not bad. And then managers get $60,000 to $500,000 annually. Now, what I will say is this. We know for a fact that the manager running the social worker, the manager that was running the shelters before this, was making $400,000 a year. And it's funny how it didn't find that. It didn't give me that number. So I don't trust it. I don't trust it because, yeah, those numbers are actually pretty damn low to what Seattle's cost of living is. So even with these guys given this job, supposedly making jobs for social workers at $59,000, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think she's full of shit.
The whole point of opening up shelters like this one is to enable us to begin moving people inside as opposed to just moving people around.
So you're
asylums. We need to have asylums. We cannot allow homeless people to be on the street. They got to get care. If they don't want care, well, you can't just give them free drugs. You got to rehabilitate them. If they don't want to be rehabilitated, they can be in an asylum for the rest of their lives. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to give them help. They need help. They're not just going to say, hey, I want to quit drugs. But that's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. They're just letting them die off one at a time. They don't care about that. This right here, they don't have any sort of rehabilitation. They are just there to do their drugs inside, so you don't see them outside. But that's not helping people. That is not helping. No, they're not helping them to quit. No, bullshit. If they did, we wouldn't have this. It is very dumb. I know. It's like, you know, the idea, okay, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's good. But what she needs to do is she needs to have, social workers, maybe some police, right? And the social workers can be there to sort of provide some advice in a way. And the police should be there to stop the drugs, the illegal drugs. You know what I'm saying? But that's not what this is. Listen, many cases, and nobody misses these people. Nobody misses them. They have pulled out people in black bags. Nobody knows who they are. That's how they get rid of homeless problems here. And that's not cool. Not cool.
Providing shelter for about 20% of the people that have been displaced.
We are continuing to work on opening new shelters.
Mayor, some of the neighbors are concerned about public safety. A lot of the clientele here will be drug addicts. Many of them will be potentially stealing from local stores, communities to feed their addiction. What type of assurances for public safety can you give to neighbors right now? And will police also be allowed on site?
So we have been working with our service providers to develop a really good public safety plan for the site, and we're going to be in continual engagement with the surrounding community so that we can address any issues if they arise. But there's been a lot of work to make sure that this site is going to be something that works well with the neighborhood and that we don't have public safety concerns.
Will police be welcome?
feedback mechanism for the neighbors? Maybe you're in contact with certain businesses, but just for people.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a process of community outreach both to residents and businesses, and probably the service providers would be better to speak to exactly what that kind of normal mode of communication will be. But
How can you gonna solve the homelessness problem in Seattle if people from other areas would know that they can get free housing, and at the same time the sobriety is not required, and so people would get houses and then other people would come?
yeah, so I mean, I think a large majority of homeless folks in our city are from our region, right? And any dense urban area, you're going to have, especially people in the suburbs, when they become homeless, moving toward the city, that is where services are. But I think what we see consistently is that homelessness is really about the availability of affordable housing with services, and the more that we can provide that, the more we're going to be able to reduce unsheltered homelessness.
Katie, your colleague mentioned having a need for RV shelters. Yeah. Is there any need that the current system in this village doesn't solve that you want to make? Is there a hole in the system that you want to fill with any kind of shelter in particular?
I mean, there's lots of holes in the system, and we're trying to start filling them. But yeah, RVs are definitely a need, and the RV Safe Lot site that Councilmember Strauss mentioned, Glassyard Commons, we have been working to accelerate that, so we actually expect that to be opening up in the next few months.
My understanding is that these units cost about $17,000 to $18,000 to go and produce, versus the old A-frame shelters cost about $4,500 to go and produce. What is the distribution of material costs, labor costs, and then why are we going and having an sudden increase in this cost for these? These are 70 square feet. The other ones are about 92 square feet. So it seems like we're getting a little less for about 4 times more.
We're talking about compared to like a tiny house
compared to current
I mean,
type of
honestly,
villages.
like, we're moving fast and we're doing it all, right? So this site is these pallet shelters, and we're going to be opening up another site later this summer, which is going to be the tiny houses, right? So we're working with a bunch of different providers as we try to get these villages on site.
Sure, this just sounds like very expensive for 50 units here versus what we could do with other previously had shelters that in the tiny hub villages that existed already.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically looking at, who we can work with, how fast to get things online, and we judge this to be a good bet.
All right, we've got time for about 2 more.
Can I ask you about the shootings that have been happening in that North Seattle neighborhood off Aurora?
Yeah.
What's your hope there?
So we're doing a lot of work right now with the neighborhood to figure out both kind of short, medium, and long-term interventions that can help that situation. So short-term, SDOT has put chicanes up to kind of help with the slow down the traffic flow. We're studying what a more permanent barriers could look like for some streets to try to reduce some of that activity. We have emphasis patrols going on, so SPD is doing an additional police presence, and then we're working with multiple stakeholders in the neighborhood on those longer-term solutions, which are really tricky, right? I mean, we know that the issues in that neighborhood have been going on for a long time. But we're hopeful that with some good collaboration, we can make progress.
Mayor Wilson, you made a big announcement on Friday about turning cameras on in Soto. Can you tell us a little more about what went into that decision and how long the cameras will be on?
Yeah, so earlier this year when I announced that we were pausing the CCTV expansion so that we could do a data security, storage, and sharing practices audit, I also said that given the nature of the World Cup, this kind of mega event, that we would move forward with installing the cameras in the stadium district so that we would be able to turn them on if there was a credible threat. In the last week and a half, I received a briefing from law enforcement partners that told me that there have been credible threats, and so therefore, in line with the announcement that I made earlier this year, we decided to turn those cameras on for the duration of the games. After the World Cup, we will turn them off and complete the data security audit and the larger evaluation that's going on, and then we'll be able to make a more holistic decision about the future of our CCTV camera system.
Don't you think you can increase the threat to people by actually allowing the FBI to claim that there's a threat? Don't you think that has increased the threat to people that will be protesting, to the homeless, and to immigrants?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was a tight 15, but if you have further questions, I thank you all.
Sorry, I've got 11 minutes on here. We got 4 more. I've got 11 minutes 30 seconds on question for a tight 15. What constitutes a credible threat?
So a credible threat is if we have, I mean, this is a pretty standard law enforcement terminology. So if we have information that someone
She tried to save her ass. She tried to save her ass from that. It's like, no, we still got 11 minutes. They are sweating right now. They don't want to answer any questions, guys. They don't want to answer any questions because they know that they're not. Oh my gosh, bro. These people are scammers, bro. $2,449 a month. I'm going to tell you right now, most people here in Washington State cannot afford rent at $2,449 a month. And you're going to tell me that these homeless crack addicts are going to be given $2,449 worth for this party little sheds? You gotta be shitting me if you don't have a problem with this. Wow, $2,449 a month. Unbelievable. The annual per person cost average roughly $14,000 for emergency shelters and $12,000 for traditional housing. Imagine that. And of course, the left is going to say, oh, lies, lies, always lies. Sure.
Tends to cause harm to people or property or a large event, right? And we believe that they have the means to carry that threat out. So again, for I hope obvious reasons, I'm not going to be giving details, but I was given a briefing that convinced me that there was enough of a credible threat that we should. And this is not surprising given an event of this magnitude, right? Where we have, a complicated international situation. So
This is the same FBI that said Renee Good
All right.
was a terrorist.
If you have further questions, please direct them to me for the office, okay?
Oh, man, I'm telling you, man, you can't make this shit up, bro. You cannot make this shit up. Listen, it's okay to spend their money on fixing the problem. I can tell you this. If I was to set up some sort of asylum, right? We make a new apartment community just for the homeless. I'm going to tell you right now, it'll be a gated community. There will be people checking bags, no garbage being brought in, no drugs. I probably guarantee you they are not going to like my project. They're going to have free electricity, free water, free food. But there is a rule. You got to keep it clean. No drugs, no weapons. That's it. And then the people that are paying taxes, when they see that the homeless junkies don't want a home, see, you have to understand something. Homeless people, there's a few reasons why they're homeless. One of them, they're lazy. They don't want to work. They don't like responsibility. All they can do is bitch and complain about those who have work. Number two, after I add Sandra as a moderator, number two, people that don't like to follow rules. People that don't like to be told what to do. I get it. I get it. They want to be citizens of the free world, want to go whatever they want, do whatever the hell they want, not give a care about anybody. So the reason why my project wouldn't work, probably with the most, I hope they prove me wrong. I hope they prove me wrong. I can guarantee you, listen to what I just said. Free housing, real free housing. Appliances, free appliances. Free food, free electricity. They don't have to pay bills. The rules by themselves will destroy them. The fact that you have to keep your apartment clean, no drugs, constant checkups, everybody getting checked before they go inside the community. Almost like a prison, probably. Except you can leave whenever you want. If you do drugs and come back to the facilities all high up and shit, you're going to spend the night in jail. Yes. We will make free housing, temporary, by the way, free housing, asylums, and jails. Those who are too violent, they have to be on a very secure place. Those who need rehabilitation will get the care that they need. But that doesn't mean that we're just going to make or enable people to be lazy. We're just not going to do that. One of Trump's most heated interviews. Let's see what this is. From CNN.
During this pre-taped interview on Meet the Press, President Trump, as many of us have seen, stormed off after Kristen Welker asked him for evidence to back up his false claims of election fraud in California. Let's watch.
After he was asked, check this out, he was asked to back up the claims of false. These guys, they see the problem and they continue to defend fraud. Again, I don't like the way Trump responds to every question, but he's not wrong.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know. I
traveled
all the way
for
to
an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because
an hour. He was already on this interview for an hour. And all you want to sit there is argue with the president? How about some reporting? How about you kind of do your own work and look at the facts? Pratt was winning. Huge. Huge. It was guaranteed Bass and Pratt. Now Rama comes in. You're going to tell me mysteriously hundreds of thousands of votes just for one person and nobody else? Unbelievable.
you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
We
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Step on that mic.
So clearly a lot going.
Oh, man. I don't think he did it on purpose, but I think it was perfect that he stepped on that mic. Now, tell me this. How come CNN doesn't cover anything about those people on the street illegally signing their name on somebody else's name, getting paid to vote fraudulently? How come they don't talk about that? No, it's called counting fake ballots. That's what that's called. You're going to tell me California, the highest money, the best state in the world, they don't know how to count them ballots? Somehow, mysteriously, ballots were burnt, but they don't know which ones? Very interesting that the only ballots that were burned were Republicans. Only the Democrat ballots made it through. Well, yeah, that's fantastic. Oh, yeah, I like to hear that one.
Okay, as we mentioned, if you're still breathing, they're still counting votes out in California. Take you over the board, show you what we got over the weekend. There were a couple vote dumps. Not a ton, but let's start in California here in the governor's race. And we know that.
Listen, cheating is not winning. And even if the Democrats win, I don't know what the hell you're celebrating. What are you happy about? You should be pissed off. You complain about affordability. You complain about high gas prices. You complain about everything in their mama. Blame Trump, of course. But you complain about all this shit that Democrats have been doing all along, before and after Trump. Democrats have been doing that. So I don't understand what the hell you're laughing or celebrating or happy about. It's your own doom, you motherfuckers. You dumbasses just don't even get it. It's like, it's hard to save you. It's hard to save you. You drown the people that are trying to save you. So I don't know what the hell you're celebrating. Bullshit, High. Prove it. Show me. Those are all things that Trump directly did. Go ahead. Give me one thing. Prove it to me right now. Give me one thing. Let's go ahead. I'll wait. I'll wait for you. Go ahead, High. Give me one thing that Trump has done that Democrats haven't done. Go ahead. That's not an answer. That's right, Dave. Oh, for Pete's sakes. That's not an answer, is it?
That Javier Becerra had advanced as of last week, so he's one of two. Under California rules, the top two advance. Now the battle's between Hilton and Tom Steyer. Steyer's been creeping up a little bit. He's within about 300,000 votes of Steve Hilton, but here's what you have, right? You have 72% of the estimated vote in, so that's not quite a third of the vote still out there in the governor's race there. Honestly, I can't tell you when we're going to get an answer. I don't know if it's going to be in a couple of days or a week or beyond that, but that's where we stand. Hilton stays in second place as of now. If he keeps that spot, then he advances to the general election come November. This is the mayor's race in Los Angeles. Karen Bass advanced early last week. You got 83% of the vote counted already, so you can do the math, how much of a percentage is still.
Hey, no, sir. I'm showing you facts. I'm actually showing you footage of what's happening. I'm reading you facts from here. But you say I'm a liar. Prove it. You have no facts. You have no proof. You question me. You argue with me, but I'm showing it to you. Are you not listening? Are you not paying attention? That's a big difference. That is a big difference. I'm actually showing you. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. But the facts are the facts. We see the empty buildings when they're supposed to be counting. And they make excuses. Why? Why can California count votes the same day? Only California, only Democrat cities and states. Why is that? Just answer that question without facts. Just go ahead and give me your opinion. Don't lose your privilege of being here.
Still out there. Here's the headline, and here's the news. Spencer Pratt, who held on to second place all week last week, has now dropped to third. And Nithya Raman.
By the way, if you're talking about the Dominion, I think they're right. They just have no proof, but they are right. We had this proof from Central and South America. They got rid of those videos. I watched it, and I saw the Dominion. They're able to change voting from red to blue. It's easy. It's a software company. They are guilty. I'm telling you, I am surprised that Dominion won that case.
A progressive who used to work and support Karen Bass has now moved into slot number 2. Pratt trails Rahman now by about 3,000 votes as it stands right now on this Monday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning in California. We expect to get more votes later today, but hold on that. We'll wait till those come in. Matt Finn live in the City of Industry, east of LA. And Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Nearly a week after Election Day here, and LA County says it still has 355,000 mail-in ballots to process. They will be counted in this massive facility behind me. Now, yesterday's ballot dump pushed Councilwoman Nithya Raman past Spencer Pratt by about 3,000 votes into that critical second place spot. If Raman holds on to her lead, she'll advance to the runoff election against Mayor Karen Bass in the fall. Now, before the ballot dump yesterday, Spencer Pratt posted in part, writing, "We've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes." Now, moments after the new numbers came in, Mayor Karen Bass's campaign released a statement attacking Raman and labeling Raman her general election opponent, seemingly ruling out a Pratt comeback. A Bass spokesperson writing, "We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA." Now, on Friday, we interacted with an assistant U.S. attorney inside the ballot counting facility here. The DOJ says he was observing, and the first assistant U.S. attorney in LA, Bill Asaley, says California has refused to give the federal government its voter rolls and allows first-time voters to use IDs like gym and debit cards.
What? Tell me, honestly, tell me that they're not cheating without telling me. Oh my gosh, dude. Are you kidding me? Did you hear that? You know what? I'm going to rewind it for those of you who keep denying that Democrats are cheating. You ready for it? Here we go. Oh my gosh, dude. Unbelievable. Go ahead. I want you to listen. Don't bullshit me. Listen. Don't bullshit. Just listen. I want to let's hear it together again. Maybe I misheard. I might have misheard. Let's take a listen again.
Aids LA. Now, on Friday, we interacted with an assistant U.S. attorney inside the ballot counting facility here. The DOJ says he was observing, and the first assistant U.S. attorney in LA, Bill Asaley, says California has refused to give the federal government its voter rolls.
Refuse to give voter rolls. Of course. Only Democratic cities and states. Yeah, we're lying, all right. Yeah, they're not cheating, guys. Dumb Republicans, you dumb-ass conservatives. You must be crazy. Okay. Now, first they say asking for ID was racist. What did they do?
And allows first-time voters to use IDs like gym and debit cards.
Gym and debit cards. That is the ID. Folks. You can't make this shit up, man. You just cannot make this shit up. Gym, IDs, and debit cards. This... Oh, man, that's some racist people right there, man. Ah, man, I'm telling you, bro. Oh, man, your lip tarts crack me up, bro. Californian Democrats are cheating like a motherfucker. There is no question. They are cheating big time. Hardcore. gym memberships and debit cards to prove citizenship to vote. Oh boy, you're in trouble, California. You are in trouble. Are they here yet? Oh boy. That's a lie, guys. Dennis Herrera is lying on his show again. It's all lies on this show. What the hell am I thinking? Hey, thank you all to my members. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for hitting like. Thank you for sharing my videos. Thank you for sticking around. Democrats, real Democrats now, join us and leave these libtards. You don't want to stay on their team. They suck. They're liars. They're cheaters. And most likely, they're illegal. So, with that being said, man, thanks for being here with me. Y'all be blessed. Oh, boy.